The commission resumes. Brigadier, I must remind you, you're still under oath. Mr. Bezos, I understand you have some more questions for the witness. And are these documents on the desk that we've received from you, Mr. Ziphania? Would you like to tell us shortly before you can do it later if you like, but would you like to tell us shortly before Mr. Bezos restarts his cross-examination to what they are, or would you prefer to do it later?
Chair, there are 3 sets of documents that ought to replace Annexure SS3.
SS3?
Indeed. I mean, Exhibit SS3.
Yes. All right, thank you.
They would be documents in relation to the 10th, the 13th, and the 16th. Of August 2012.
Thank you very much.
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could I just ask in what sense they replace SS3? Is it that SS3 are not genuine documents, or they're incomplete, or what is this? What is the nature of those documents?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku inkcukacha okanye amaphepha akhoyo azokuzosetyenziswa wona amathathu endaweni yaka SS3 ngento ezenzeke nge-10 nange-13 nange-16 kaAgasti 2012.
SS3 chair was compiled by the attorney. What Colonel Scott did was then to take the various plans that were drawn on the 10th and the 13th and the 16th and compile to what we now have as the true documents reflecting the plans as they progressively improved over the days.
Do I understand correctly that all the documents that in the original SS3 are here, but there are extra documents so that we now have a complete set of documents dealing with the matters to which you referred?
But for the photographs in SS3 which are not properly there.
Yes, which I didn't find very clear either, frankly, but I thought if they're necessary, we'll call for proper, technicolor versions of them, not just the black and white copies. But anyway, that's not relevant at this stage. Anyway, thank you very much.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku bezenzile igqwetha izaka SS3 kodwa ngoku zenziwe nguKolonel Scott ziveza ii-plans njengoba kwizehlakalo zazilandelana ke nge-10 ne-13 nange-16 into eyenzekayo ke zinayo ke neefoto ezithile ezinombala ezibonakala kakuhle.
Chair, I had a look at these documents overnight, and I do want to just simply note, I assume that the last 15 or so pages were not part of the plans. They've been compiled subsequently. If one goes to the page number 10, which is about 15 pages or 20 pages from the end, at the foot of the right-hand foot of the page, there's a page number 10. I don't know whether you're able to find it, Chair.
That page starts with what looks like a slide, number 19, starting with tasking tables to follow, were compiled for the commission briefing, which indicates that they appear to have been compiled after the 16th of August for the benefit of this commission. But I take it that when Colonel Scott gives evidence, Lieutenant Colonel Scott gives evidence, he will explain all this, and these matters will be clarified. In the meanwhile, the documents are before us and can be referred to for purposes of elucidating the evidence that's currently being presented. Does that satisfy you?
I have no problem as long as it's understood this is that part appears to be a subsequent reconstruction rather than a part of the plan that was prepared at the time.
Fair, it doesn't. If you read the first line that I read out, it's quite clear there's no pretense that this was an original 16 August document. It's on its face, as it were, it confesses that it's a subsequent document.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku uLieutenant uKolonel uScott nguye ke uzozixela kubungqina azocacisa kakuhle into yobana kutheni ke kuzenziwe emva kwexesha ke ngoku ezi plans zithwathaca ngaphambi kwenkundla namaxwebhu.
Mr. Bezos, I take it you were given a set of these documents before, were you? Or did you only get them this morning?
Gone through them. I don't think that it is necessary for us, for the purposes of this witness. We're waiting for Lieutenant Colonel Scott to deal with the matter. So I don't think that it will interfere with our...
Have to spend any further time on this aspect of the matter. You will proceed with your cross-examination.
Thank
now.
you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chairman. Brigadier, we will continue putting to you what Colonel Hendricks's view of views are in relation to what happened at Marikana.
Sizaqhubekeka ke ngoku siveze ke ngoku uluvo lwaka Colonel Hendricks ngale ntlekelo okanye ngale ngesihlakalo esenzeke eMarikana.
And what he says is this: the levels of violence need to be factored into any plan. Would you, as a planner and as an advisor, agree with that statement?
Can you repeat that, Senior Counsel?
The levels of violence need to be factored into any plan. As it stands, boldly, would you agree with that statement?
Uvumelana nento leyo ke ngoku into kubana ke ngoku isilinganiso so dushe funeke besiso esawubonisa into kuba iplan okanye icebo ucwangciso senziwa njani na.
Councillor, it is correct that to be able to compile an operational plan, definitely you must know exactly at what level it is, and you can be able to draft it properly. However, Chairperson, through you, I'm starting to have a problem. Maybe I should voice it out, this, not to keep quiet, that the issue of Mr. Hendricks start to be a problem to me, because I was going to be happy if he has already given evidence here to say this is what he said. But what I'm learning is what he will say. Now, what if it doesn't say? What if it doesn't appear here? And I'm having a problem on that. I'm not in liberty to say I understand exactly the approach of everything, but I'm feeling strongly that this point, as point number one, say, I've got 2 points to address after I've answered this question. This issue of...
To pose for a moment, I understand from what Mr. Bezos has said and what we were told earlier that his clients were proposing to call a public order policing expert from Belgium. He's now disclosed that this will be Colonel Hendricks. That's the witness they're going to call. And they've told us who he is and his background. I haven't seen it, but I understand that a summary has been prepared of his evidence, which is in the hands, for example, of the evidence leaders. And I presume that's the document which Mr. Bezos is reading to you. It sometimes happens, of course, in a trial that... No, they've got it. We haven't.
Sorry, Chair, there's been a misunderstanding. I don't have a summary of his evidence in the sense in which one usually uses that term. What I have from the LRC is a note of their consultation with Mr. Hendricks.
I see. So it's not a summary strictly so called, but it is it summarizes what he is going to say. Now, it often happens in a trial that an earlier witness has put to him or her what a later witness will say and is asked to comment. And then sometimes the later witness doesn't come, which I take it isn't a problem we'll have here, or the latest witness does come and says something different, which is normally a great source of embarrassment at the side, but calls him. But it means, of course, that comments that are made by the earlier witness relating to what it was said the later witness would say, which he doesn't say, then fall away. But the way trials work is you can't say to an earlier witness, well, we're going to tell you that a later witness is coming, and you'll have to come back afterwards because we'll have to first see what he says. Sometimes counsel would like to do that, but they're not allowed to. So in this case, you must just assume, as I will, and my colleagues will, that this is what Colonel Hendricks is expected to say, and which he probably will say, and any comments that you make on evidence where he falls short of saying what they proposed calling him to say, any comment you make about that will be irrelevant. I think that's an answer to the question you put. I hope that deals with it satisfactorily.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku xa kusenziwa isicwangciso okanye xa uyavumela nobrigadier into yokubana kufuneka ujonge imeko qala kuba udushe lungakanani na udushe olwenzekayo na. Ngoku into eze ngayo into yokuba imnika ingxaki le ndaba Colonel Hendricks into yoba uzawuzapha ngaphambili ngokuba khange kubekho nto zithwetha xa ngaphambi kwakanye ubungqina bukhoyo bakhe. Into ayicacisayo ke ngoku naye usihlalo ucommissioner into yokuba into eyenzekayo ngona xa uxoxwa amatyala into yokuba kwingqina elingenaqala kuyakwazi ukuthethwa kuthiwa elilandelayo lizawuthetha into enjena njena njena nje. Kuthiwa xa lifike loo ngqina ke ngoku lesibini lingayithethi le nto bekuthiwa lizayithetha, iye ingamkelwa ke loo nto ayithethileyo, okanye xa ifike into eyahlukileyo kuthiwe yena uzayithetha iye ibe into engamkelwileyo. Ngoku ke uyayamkela loo nto leyo ubrigadier ngoba kuthiwa naxa kuthetha into ezazithetha Colonel Hendricks naye makathathi ibe ngathi yinto eza kwenzeka okanye yenzekileyo loo nto leyo.
Because my colleague Commissioner Hemraj makes a point which I think is one which I should put to you, and that is that normally when experts give evidence, and this witness is effectively giving evidence as an expert, there is a summary is given of the evidence that each expert will give beforehand, so that the expert witnesses on the other side, as it were, can study the summary of what their colleagues, to be called by the other side, will say. Now, this hasn't happened on this occasion, and the question arises as to whether it wouldn't be fairer to the witness for him to see in written form beforehand, before he testifies further, what your witness is going to say by way of expert testimony.
Kuthiwa ke into ethethwe ngakhona nangucommissioner usenior counsel Hamraj into yokubana xa ingxalo okanye ingceso inika ubungqina kwinto efunekayo into yobana lo uzawuza naye azonika ubungqina bakhe loo ngxalo izonikwa nentetho okanye ubungqina azobukhupha into bazawukwazi naye uzowufunda kuba yintoni lo azayithetha iba yinto ke elungileyo efanele ukuba yenzeke loo nto leyo.
And I understood you had a second point you wanted to raise, Brigadier. Would you like to mention that as well, so when he replies to what I put to him, he can deal with that point as well?
Thank you, Chairperson. The other point I want to actually get into it, maybe it can be not okay, but I think I'm not young. I'm a grown-up person, and if something is not all right with me, I must say clearly that I'm not okay with this. I came in the police 1986. It's the first chairperson, but I was not happy with the way the senior counsellor started his maybe cross-examination with me, where he referred to issues of apartheid. Chairperson, you'll know very well, everybody sitting here who's black and sitting there as a black person or Africans, we are not orchestrators of apartheid in this country. And if now I'm going to sit here and be given a situation in a sense of as if I benefited in 7 years under internal stability, for me, it's totally not acceptable. I was there, I was part of that, I had nothing to do, I had to do my job as I joined the police force at that time. But for me, Chairperson, to sit here and have this type of question that clearly indicate that as a person who came in the police during the time of apartheid, this is how I benefited, this is how things went, and all that. For me, Chairperson, I don't think this commission deserves to have this type of a situation. I feel strongly that it is not okay, because I tried even yesterday to listen from senior counsellor from the leading evidence team that there were a little bit of sarcastic words as he was going, but you protected me on that, and I appreciate that. But on the issue of this one of apartheid coming in, you know, we talk about my own grandparents, you know, they were victims of apartheid. And I was a victim of apartheid. And I cannot allow a situation whereby I'm going to sit here and have a person telling me about apartheid. It's like opening a wound that is healing slowly and slowly on me. I understand very well what apartheid deal with me. There's no time as a black person in this country. I stood up, I put a board that is written non-white and white. I only manage that board because I have no choice to do that. And I think strongly that, Chairperson, through you, I may be out of order, but I'm saying if I don't fight for what I am as a being, as a person, definitely nobody will fight for me. And for me to sit here and be reminded about apartheid, I must say, Senior Councillor, I can't accept that.
Umba wesibini ke akhala ngawo ubrigadier into angayiviliyo xa kuthetha ngalomba ke ngokubandlululo ngokuba yena bengasingumuntu omnyama wayiphembelela ingcinezelo ngelo xesha into engamkelekanga lonto ngoba nena ngelo xesha lengcinezelo noba besebenza kodwa khonto ayivunileyo ngela xesha uke wava nomnye usenior council ke ngelo xesha bengathi enza imibuzo yesigezo ngaphakathi uthi ndoba yena ngelo xesha lengcinezelo naye nabazali bakhe okanye okhokho bakhe abaswelekayo baba ngamaxhoba lonto leyo ngoku xa kuzovulwa lo nxeba okanye bathunukwe ngolo hlobo ngoko into engamkelekanga kuye lonto leyo.
I want just last point, Chairperson. The senior council spoke about me having 7 years working under internal stability. I want to indicate in 7 years working for internal stability, my white colleagues at that stage were, before 94, were officers, were lieutenant colonels. I was still a non-commissioned officer. I was still a sergeant. I benefited nothing in that time of apartheid, and I never orchestrated, and I will never sit and accept that position here that I'm reminded with apartheid as if I enjoyed apartheid. Apartheid killed a black person.
Enye umba benifuna ukutsho ke njengoba bethilwe ke usenior council into bandisebenze iminyaka ebisixhenxe kwi-internal stability kuko ke abamhlophe ke bona bebala babethe ngeli xesha la phambi ko-1994 babe ngamalungu nje azi-officer kodwa baye bafumana izikhundla eziphezulu kodwa mna akukho nto ndiye ndayifumana ngoko ke ndingabonakali njengomntu bekade bephembelela inantsika ubandlululo.
I must confess, Brigadier, that I protected you against the sarcasm. I didn't think you needed protection in respect of Mr. Bezos's questions, and I'll tell you why. But I want to make it clear that if I detect a lack of courtesy on the part of any counsel to any witness, or vice versa, I won't hesitate to deal with it as vigorously as I can. What Mr. Bezos was leading up to, as I saw it, was that a number of people who were members of the internal stability section didn't stay on after 94. They left the force. And he, in fact, indicated, as I understood his questions, that you were regarded as one of the, if I can use words in quotation, as one of the good people, and you were kept on in the force because of the fine qualities that you had and that you had displayed in your work. That was my understanding of the way the questions were put. So I didn't understand him to be making the suggestions that you thought he was making, and I must say that if I had understood that, I would have come down on him as vigorously as I could. But it was also clear to us that before 94, you were a non-commissioned officer. You were not an officer. You only were promoted to the rank of officer after 94, after you had been kept on in the force for the reasons which Mr. Bezos put to you. But anyway, that's my understanding of the matter. If you felt at the time that I wasn't protecting you as you were entitled to be protected, I can only say I'm sorry. I didn't see the need to protect you, but I'm alert to the aspect from now on, and if there's any further difficulty in that regard, I will deal with it. But Mr. Bezos, is there anything further you wish to say before you proceed with your cross-examination? And you can see the witness is hurt, and one doesn't. I'm sure that knowing as you as I do, that you didn't intentionally set out to hurt him, but perhaps you'd like to say something to
Yes,
deal with
well,
this matter before you proceed with your cross-examination.
May I say, Mr. Chairman, that I did not intend, either by implication or certainly not directly, say anything or put anything to the witness which was judgmental against his personal integrity throughout his career, including the period that he served as a non-commissioned officer. But I can understand that he wanted to put this on record in order to avoid any misunderstanding. And I want to assure him that in my personal capacity and certainly as counsel, having taken part in the reconciliation process, I don't intend to hold anybody responsible for the sins of apartheid when he was a non-commissioned officer in the police force. And please ask him to accept that that was not in my intention. I don't think that I said anything which indicated that. And that's all I want to say in relation to his second. But may I return to the question of the expert? Yes, this is because the rules in civil procedure say that the reports have got to be exchanged, and there are time limits, and they are exchanged, and attempts are to be made so that the experts can possibly do a joint report in order to avoid. But I don't know that that rule needs to be applied here in the particular circumstances. We have a witness who is not in the country. Fortunately, the new technology of this world makes it possible for us to communicate with him and get instructions. We haven't got a complete statement to serve either on or to put it in the hands of the evidence leaders or to put it before the commission before we have personal consultations. And I would submit that that rule in relation to civil proceedings should not be applied here, that I should be allowed to put to him what we have been instructed. It's a simple question. The levels of violence need to be factored into any plan. This is a principle with which he, as an expert, can agree or disagree with. The fact that I say that this does not come from me but from an expert is something that I am entitled to put to him, lest he thinks that I'm making the rules. So I don't think that I should be prevented from actually putting these questions to the witness because there haven't been expert reports exchanged. And I ask to be allowed to persist in the question. There will be similar questions. And I think with respect that the witness has read too much into the question. He's not at any disadvantage. He's an expert. He can either agree or disagree with it.
Obviously, the civil rules don't apply to this commission. But what does apply to the commission is the need to be fair, procedurally fair at all times. And the question is whether, in the case of an expert, it's fair to put a whole series of questions to him based on what another expert says without his having a chance to see it beforehand and think about it and so on. But anyway, that's a matter I take it Mr. Ziphania is going to address me on, because I saw he turned his microphone light on a moment ago.
Chair, we also record that we have not even been favored with the notes from which my learned colleague is quoting from.
What do you want me to do about it? Mr. Bezos is quite correct in saying that the ordinary rules applicable to civil litigation don't apply. But he will be the first to concede that the basic rules of fairness do apply, must apply. The question that arises is whether it's fair, and the witness seems to suggest it isn't, because he raised the point, his first point, question is whether it's fair, or perhaps put it differently, whether it would be fairer if he were to be given a chance to read the main points that are going to be put to him, upon which his expert testimony is sought, before the cross-examination continues. That's basically the question before us at the moment. Do you have any submissions that you wish to make in regard thereto?
Yes, Chair. I'm merely buttressing that all rules of fairness would also require that we have the benefit of that document. We would have recognized the witness around it as well, so that he can competently comment on the propositions being put to him.
Into bithethiwe ke ngoku into yokuba uCommission njengoba bemkhusele ku Senior Counsel ngeli xesha bengathi unemibuzo yesikezo ukuba beyiqaphelele nabisenziwa nguSenior Counsel uBizos bezawukwazi ukuthi makamkhusele kuyo, kodwa ke bengaboni ba injongo yakhe into yoba makamkhubekise okanye ave ubuhlungu. Naye ke ngoku utshilo naye uSenior Counsel George Bidos into yoba injongo yakhe bengasi ukuba amkhubekise kodwa ke biyinto yokubana makaqhubekeke ngomsebenzi omhle awayenza, ngoba akho mntu amtyholayo ngezinto ezenzeka ngexesha lobandlululo. Ngoku into ethethwayo ke kufuneka uncokole yile nto yokubana akukho intetho okanye istatement esikhoyo saka Colonel Hendricks ngaphambi kwethu, ngoba babenikwa ithuba at least ukuba makazokwazi ukuthi makafunde bekuzoba ngcono. Ngoku into ebuzwayo uba ingaba into elungileyo na into yoba yenze into abaphendule kwizinto angabonanga istatement okanye intetho yenziwe ku-Colonel Hendricks na.
There's a further point that I suppose is to be considered by both you, Mr. Ziphania, and Mr. Bizos, and everybody else for that matter. And that is, if the witness isn't given opportunity to think, at least before he gives evidence on these matters, to what Colonel Hendricks has said, and he's answering almost off the top of his head, very much impromptu and extempore, then that might affect the weight to be given at the end to the opinions he expresses, and particularly might affect the value of any admissions that he makes, because it could be argued that, well, he conceded that point, not admission, concessions he made. He conceded that, but he didn't have an opportunity to think about it properly beforehand, because it was sprung on him when he was giving evidence. So that's another aspect. Anyway, I'm interrupting you, Mr. Ziphania. I don't know whether you want to continue.
Yes, Chair, that's precisely the submission we're making, that proper rules of fairness would have had the witness firstly read the opinions, internalize them, and make sure whether when he differs with them, he gives his answers on a considered basis.
What do you suggest could be the way forward?
Are you calling on me, on Mr. Ziphania?
Then you're still addressing me, as I understand it. Let him put up what he suggests, and you can reply. You may accept what he says, you may not, you may make an alternative suggestion. Let's first hear what Mr. Ziphania's suggested way forward is.
That the witness be afforded the opportunity to look at those notes, read them, and if he is comfortable that he can deal with them, then we can proceed, Chair.
I don't know in what form the notes are that Mr. Bizos has before him, but would it help if we took a short adjournment to enable Mr. Bizos and Mr. Ziphania to discuss the matter? Because
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest respect, I don't know what our learned friend expects from us. He put up the witness. He consulted with him. He asked him for opinions relating to the matter. And he is complaining that I should not put to him what another expert is going to say. What is the basis of it?
Because he's not saying that. He's saying that considerations of fairness require that the witness should have an opportunity, before you put these points to him when he's giving evidence, there's an opportunity to look at the summary of what the witness is going to say, so that he can think about it and not have to answer just off the top of his head extempore. I understand that to be Mr. Ziphania's point. Clearly, if he were to suggest that you're not allowed to put these points, then I would disallow his objection. But that's not the basis of what he's saying to us.
Kuthiwe ke ngoku loo nto leyo izawuchaphazela ixabiso lobungqina bukhutshwa apha ukuba akanikwanga loo nto uba makazifunde naye ubrigadier ngoko ke ngoku anganikwa ithuba lobafunde naye azofumana ixesha loba acingisise ngazo nto zithethwa kwanye ezo notes kuthiwa zikhoyo zikhona zaka Mnumzana Hendricks.
What our learned friend did was not to put an expert report for us to study and prepare our cross-examination. We were given a 3-page piece of paper in which the witness's career was set out, but he was led, or he was asked questions by the court, which dependent upon his expertise. He now says that we must not cross-examine the witness that he has called without making what our instructions are. There are instructions which are made electronically. Or the colonel, our expert witness, happens to be in the Congo, but we communicate with him. He makes suggestions and counter-suggestions, and we ask questions. But there are certain things that we have picked out that I am entitled, with the greatest respect, to put this witness who admits to be an expert. It's a simple question. It's a simple question that you must take into consideration the levels of violence before you factor any plan. What is the problem with the question?
I would be surprised if the witness is objecting to that question, and I'm sure the answer he'll give to that, perhaps not not using the word I use, but the gist of what he says in reply to that is probably yes. But it's the questions that flow thereafter. What was put yesterday was that the plan was fundamentally flawed. Now, I take it you're not suggesting that the only flaw was that the levels of violence were not factored in. Obviously, you're going to elaborate on that point by putting other flaws to him. And the sole concern that I have is to ensure that, well, actually, the sole concern is wrong. There are two concerns there. The first concern is that he be dealt with fairly. The second point is that if he makes concessions, because you're obviously out to get concessions, if you don't get concessions, the point I'm making falls away. But any concessions that he makes should not have their weight affected by the circumstances in which the questions were put. So that's why I would like to suggest that we adjourn for a short while. You, those assisting you, can prepare a short little document, and this will be a handwritten document, setting out the flaws. Presumably it'd be a page or two, not more than that. The witness can then look at that, think about it for a while, and then your cross-examination can continue. That seems to me to be the fair way of dealing with the matter. I'm not suggesting that you proceeded in a deliberately unfair way, but in view of the fact that the points have been raised, and I've had to think about it, that seems to be the sensible way forward. I don't think that prejudices anybody. On the contrary, it would remove any prejudice that could otherwise be complained of by the witness, and would, in fact, it would actually be to your benefit, in the sense that if you are able to obtain concessions from him, those concessions would have more weight than would be the case otherwise.
Take your proposal and agree to it, and I think we may be able to come to some arrangement. I will give notice to my learned friend. I've got the cross-examination, and I will indicate it to him. I'll indicate to him the issues, and he can consult with the witness if he wants to. I don't know whether.
Can he consult with the witness while witness is under cross-examination? I suppose he can do so with your consent.
Well,
so you're consenting to it?
I trust my learned friend.
Your learned friend is an eminent counsel, chairman, as I understand, of the GCB at the moment. Yeah. I'm quite sure if there's anyone we can trust to consult with his witness under cross-examination, it's Mr. Ziphania.
Yes,
so,
no,
right, okay.
I accept that, Mr. Chairman, and I think that either the witness has answers, or he won't have, or I may cross-examine him on his answers, or whatever they may be. Right. So let us take the adjournment.
We'll take the adjournment, and when you're ready to proceed, And when friend is ready to allow us to proceed, we'll then carry on.
sathatha ke ikhefu kancinci kwenzela aphi ubrigadier ithuba lokuba azokwazi ukuthi azofunda lo maxwebhu azokwazi ukuthi azophendula kakuhle befundile into azobuzwa ezinto azawubuzwa ngaso.
The Commission will adjourn until further notice.
Can we all stand up? The commission is about to commence.
The commission resumes. Commission resumes. The evidence leaders obviously weren't informed that we were going to resume. In the interest of procedural fairness, I suppose we better not proceed in their absence. Mr. Fisher, have you got any views on that matter?
Chair, I have no views on that particular matter, but I do have views on the matter that has been discussed before, and perhaps when there's an appropriate opportunity, I can share those with you.
Have been given, I don't know whether you've been favoured with it, but we've been given a document headed Eddie Hendricks, and then the subheading Public Order Policing Applicable Theoretical Propositions, and then Operation Platinum of the Plan, and then the implementation, and then there's some other matters on the last page. I don't know whether you've seen that document, but that's been given, we understand, to Mr. Ziphania and to the evidence leaders and to us. I don't know whether you got it also. If you didn't, I suggest you make representations to the appropriate quarters.
Copies, Mr. Chairman, they should have a copy.
Mr. Fisher got one, the Human Rights Commission.
I don't know, but if
Got
he
one.
hasn't, we'll
It's
make
okay.
it one available.
He's got one now. As he was speaking, a copy was handed to him.
Mr. Chairman, that we decided, in view of...
Do me a favour, don't say this in the absence of the evidence leaders, because you have to speak
see,
again
we'll
when they
wait.
come, if they come.
They said they will be here in 2 minutes. Yes.
I presume they're in the office, thinking that we're still... No, I didn't notice they weren't here. I think it's probably best for us to adjourn until the evidence leaders come, and they should be here soon. The commission will adjourn for a short while.
Zaphinda sibuyele kakhona.
Now that we are quorate, the commission can proceed. Quorate. Mr. Bezos, are you going to speak
wish
now,
to
or Mr.
place on
Ziphania first?
record, Mr. Chairman, that in view of our learned friend's concerns about a document, we wish wish to place on record that we made available to the SAPS representatives and everyone else concerned a draft note of an initial consultation held with our witness over a month ago, prior to further evidence, testimony, and documents being made available to the Commission. We consider it our duty to cooperate and assist the Commission and the evidence leaders, and it was for this reason that we made the notes available and our witness available to the leaders. In discussions, it would appear that our learned friend, Mr. Ziphania, has some reservations about the correctness of our action in handing over the document to the evidence leaders, and concern about the evidence leaders receiving it and making it use of it for the cross-examination of the witness by our learned friend, Mr. Budlander. I don't know what the real concern is. I merely wish to place on record that we consider it our duty to cooperate with the evidence leaders, consult with them, make information available for them to decide what they may want to do, or to suggest to them what we think they, as evidence leaders, should lead. So, insofar as there is any suggestion that there was any wrongdoing of any kind, either by us in handing the notes over or in the evidence leaders accepting it and making use of the notes in cross-examination, we reject that we had any motive other than assisting the evidence leaders to prepare themselves and the Commission thereby. We believe that it is not for us to approach the Commission directly. We have consultations, as we are entitled to do, with the evidence leaders and to exchange information with them.
Thank you, Mr. Bezos. Is there anything you want to say in this regard, Mr. Ziphania, before Mr. Bezos continues his cross-examination, or I call on the now present evidence leaders to comment on this aspect also?
Yes, Chair, we do. Chair, the concern we want to express is this, that in the first place, the protocol agreed by everyone here was that all documents by various parties would be given to the evidence leaders. Once that has been done, the evidence leaders would then circulate the document to the other parties. What this document, we are told it is, are consultation notes by the Legal Resources Center that have been given to the evidence leaders a month ago.
So we said the notes were taken a month ago, but didn't say we didn't say we handed them over a month ago, Mr. Chairman.
My mistake, I would correct it, that the evidence leaders would obviously have had it for some time. The document was not given to us. It clearly informed part of the cross-examination of the witness. When we approached the evidence leaders to say, can we have the document, we were told, no, we cannot have it. It was given to them on the understanding that it is notes not to be shared, can only be given to us with the consent of Mr. Bezos. That we found difficult to appreciate. Put another proposition to the evidence leaders whether they also have other documents by various parties to which we are not privy. I could not get an unequivocal answer that that is not the case. Chair, Commissioners, if we look, for instance, at this document and we go to the last page, there is a second paragraph 2 about what we need. The LRC says to the evidence leaders under paragraph 2, a detailed map of the area with a detailed second-by-second movements of the police and the crowd. We need to do this with the help of evidence leaders.
Do we know whether that was done?
I don't know, Chair. I don't know if that's the only thing that was done. And we just said we should place it on record. This to us raises a concern whether there are other documents or exchanges of information or exchanges of strategy which is shared with the evidence leaders and not with the rest of us.
Mr. Bezos, before I call on you to reply, I suppose I should give the evidence leaders, as I said, who are now with us, opportunity to respond. Mr. Madlanga?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. But for the fact that we had to come back here prior to any interaction with my learned friend, I would have loved to talk to him, and perhaps with the explanation that I'm going to give now, he might have understood. And that I would have done because my learned friend approached me during the adjournment and raised the issues that he's raising now. Chairman?
I'm sorry, I assumed that you were here, which is why I didn't want to waste any more time, which is why we came back to the auditorium. If I'd realized that there were still matters outstanding, we'd obviously have waited until this matter.
I'm not complaining, Mr. Chair. In fact, I should be the one apologizing that we were not here when the commissioners walked in. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, regarding the protocol that my learned friend refers to, what I would like to draw to the attention of the Commission is that, yes, the protocol does exist, but what has been happening, and with one party in particular, the South African Police Service, is that we have received documents which are in draft form. In fact, we have volumes and volumes of such documents from SAPS, which are in the form of draft statements, unsigned. Looking at those, we are of the mind or belief that they are probably a transcription of the statements from the IP docket, but we cannot claim to be sure of that at all. The short point is that those statements are in draft form. We are keeping those statements with us. We have not circulated them with the other parties, and that has nothing to do with there being collusion between us and SAPS. It's purely because those statements are in draft form. And we have, as a result, from time to time, been approaching SAPS and asking them, can we release this particular document? And we would then proceed and circulate that document upon getting a nod from SAPS. Just by way of example, I can refer to an email dated the 12th of November, sent to, I don't know whether it's Rentia or Rentia, Ms. Rentia Engels, from Ms. Kameshni, who is the person who actually receives and circulates documents on our behalf.
I think Ms. Kameshni is actually Ms. Kameshni Pillay.
Oh.
For those who have to read the record later. Doesn't mind. For the interest of clarity, we must indicate who it is. Otherwise, people will say there's another lady who's mentioned who somehow appears and we don't know about.
My most sincere apologies both to the Commission and to Ms. Pillay. Ms. Pillay, who handles, or rather who receives documents on our behalf and who also circulates documents on our behalf, on that date, or the date that I've just mentioned, she wrote an email actually seeking SAPS permission to release a particular document. As I say, and because there's a measure of importance on this aspect, I will repeat myself. This does not suggest that there is collusion between SAPS and us, not at all, not at all. So my understanding is that what happened here with regard to the statement of the expert, Mr. Hendricks, is exactly the same thing. This is a document which is in similar form, received from the LRC, in similar form as the documents that we have received from SAPS and which we have not released. And for that reason, we have not released this one as well. Now, regarding the question of whether or not what is raised in paragraph 2, there is the need for help from the evidence leaders, whether or not a request for assistance was made. No request whatsoever was made in this regard. And therefore, we never did what is referred to therein. But having said that, I should not be understood to be suggesting that had we been approached, we would not have done that. We assist the parties on a number of matters that they approach us in respect of. We assist them, and there would have been nothing untoward if we could have been able to assist the LRC with the detailed maps, second by second movements, and so on and so on. We would have done that. And in fact, I can be open here before the Commission and say that some of the information that we have requested from a variety of parties, yes, I will say in particular from SAPS, we were approached by some of the parties saying that they would like this information, and we incorporated that into requests that we ourselves were making. We believe that that is something that falls within the purview of our functions. We see nothing improper with it whatsoever. And with respect to my learned friend, we would not be apologetic about it whatsoever. My learned friend, Mr. Mr. Butlander, will deal with the question of how exactly this particular statement from the expert, Mr. Hendricks, came to be in his possession. But before he does that, I'll just like to quickly whisper to them.
Into eyenzekayo ke ngoku ibixhalabisa kakhulu senior counsel usiminya into yokuba eli phepha lithwetha xa ngeli xesha ingathi i-evidence leaders bebenolwazi ngalo kodwa bengafuni uwakhupha batsho ke bona into yokubana bebefuna qala ufumana imvume ku-senior counsel uGeorge Bizos ngaloo nto leyo uyayichaza xa iphendula ke yena u-senior counsel uMadlanga into yokubana nyani loo nto nabo banamaphepha ke ngokathwetha xa ngabase-South African Police Service angasayinwanga nokusayinwa kunye nawo kodwa ke abanganakwazi ukuthi bawakhuphe wenza umzekelo ngenye email ke ethe yabhalwa nguCommissioner Upile into yokubana bafuna imvume yokuba bazokhupha amanye amaphepha athize so ngoku uthi ngakaxolisi ngaloo nto bayenzileyo ngoba noba le nto ku-paragraph 2 yesixelo besenziwe abathi bebengazoyenza loo nto leyo banceda abantu abaninzi kwiinto ezininzi apha kodwa ke lena ke yokuthi uyifumene njani ezi nkcukacha yena usenior counsel uBaklenda nguye ke ozayiphendula ngokwakhe usenior counsel loo nto leyo.
Chair, just to clarify the position with regard to Mr. Hendricks himself, the position is that the evidence leaders have been considering whether to call an expert witness on public order policing. I asked the LRC representatives whether they intended to call any expert witnesses. I also asked other parties. And the LRC told me that they intended to call Mr. Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks was a person who had been mentioned to me by other people whom I'd consulted. And I asked whether they would allow me to meet Mr. Hendricks and to see what he was going to say, what his views were. They enabled me to have a meal with Mr. Hendricks, which I did, and I discussed with him the matters before the Commission, and they thereafter gave me a copy of the notes of their consultation, which is the document the members of the Commission have. It seems to me, with the greatest respect, that's perfectly proper, that we are required to cooperate with the parties, and the parties are required to cooperate with us. And what I was seeking to do was to find out whether the evidence leader should call an expert. And I can say that having read what Mr. Hendricks will apparently say, and having had the benefit of meeting him, we currently don't intend to call an expert witness. It seems to be unnecessary. So I used it as a general background to inform my understanding of public order policing. I don't think anybody who heard my cross-examination can seriously suggest that it was based on what Mr. Hendricks said, but it was consistent with his broad approach. And I didn't put to the witness anything that Mr. Hendricks was going to say Hendricks will say this, what do you say about that? It seems to be with the greatest, so what I was trying to do, and what the LRC kindly assisted me in doing, was ensuring that adequate evidence was placed before the Commission of an expert nature relating to public order policing. Having seen what Mr. Hendricks was apparently going to say, it seemed to me that that need of the Commission would be covered. Finally, just as to the paragraph 2 on the last page, Mr. Ziphania, with respect, is not correct in saying that this is what the LRC says to the evidence leaders. This is the LRC speaking to itself, saying these are the things they need. They need the SAPS organogram, they need the detailed map. For example, they say paragraph 5, they need a consultation with Saki van Rensburg and Colin Armstrong. That's what they need, not what they're telling us to do. Similarly, paragraph 8, they need Hendricks' paper on law and order. That's what they're saying they want, not what they're telling us to do. Nor did they ask us to do it. And I have to say that I'm taken aback by the complaint. We have tried to cooperate in good faith with all of the parties to make sure that all of the evidence that will be relevant is placed before the Commission, and to ensure that suitable evidence, and we have tried at every opportunity to assist any party which has approached us at any time to ensure that proper evidence is placed before the Commission. That was the context of my engagement with the LRC on Mr. Hendricks.
Into ebeyithethe naye usenior councillor Beglenda into yokubana uke wabuza uba ngoba nababuza abafuna ke ukubiza ingqushe ezizawuza apha ithe yathi i-LRC yona ke izawubiza uKenneth Hendricks into yoba aze yena apha azokhupha ubungqina bakhe, so yena wacela ukuthi ufuna umbona abene adliwanondlebe kunye naye, kodwa uthe wasifumana ke ezo nkcukacha okanye ezo notes ezo kodwa into abayenzayo ukuthi basebenzisane nabantu bonke uthi ke ngoku uthi nawe uyifunda loo nto leyo, kodwa nemibuzo beyibuza yena usenior counsel bingaseyimibuzo yezinto ezithethwe ngumnumzana uHendricks. Uthi ke ngoku kodwa ke i-LRC bebenceda nabo ukuthi babanike izinto ezithile ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi bazilungiselele, kodwa ekugqibeleni uthi into bebeyenza ukuthi basebenzisane kunye nabantu bonke nezinto ezibhalwe apha hayi izinto bezibhalwa bona, kodwa i-LRC yiyo ke le nto bezicebisa yona abayifuna ukuzenza.
Okay. All right. Before I ask Mr. Bezos to continue with his cross-examination, I understood Mr. Fisher indicated that he wanted to say something. I don't know whether this is the stage at which you wish to say what you want to say, Mr. Fisher.
Chair, I'm grateful. I only wish to indicate that the issue that's arisen today in respect of this witness not having had an opportunity to see the LRC's witness's statement in advance applies equally, of course, to the Human Rights Commission's evidence that will be brought by an expert witness. That evidence won't be available until the 21st of January, and we won't have a statement to show this witness until that date. And for those reasons, it's even more important, Chair, that you gave the indication that we would be able to recall this witness if necessary at a later date.
Into yobana into ifana nale bisenzeka apha kwi-LRC into yoba bafuna umbuzo ngoba nabo bazobiza ingxushe ke ngoku ezawukhupha ubungqina, kodwa ke ezo statement zakhe zizokwazi uba khona nge-21 njengoba kuthiwe into yoba xa kufuneka angakwazi uphinda abizwe emva kwexesha kakhona ubrigadier.
Right. These points have been put on record. We must clearly move forward. But one thing I'd like to say, and that is that I understood that the arrangement was that there would be an exchange of experts' summaries. Now, I know this witness didn't start out as an expert witness, but he became one at a certain stage in his evidence when it was apparent he was an expert who could assist on issues before the Commission. But I would hope that in future, certainly when we resume next year, that expert summaries of the opinions of experts who are to be called will have been exchanged by the parties, so this kind of problem won't arise again. I understand this particular problem arose because of the circumstances in which the witness was called upon to give expert evidence. Well, that's not likely to be a situation that will occur again, and so the kind of problem that we've been dealing with for the last time this morning, we won't have to deal with again either. Mr. Bezos, would you wish to say something, or do you wish me to carry on with your cross-examination?
Merely, Mr. Chairman, to draw attention on the last page of the document that we made available. Those, we have a habit of actually discussing what ought to be done. This is not what we asked the evidence leaders to do necessarily. It's really a note, because of the size of our team, to note what we ought to be done and to allot functions to the various people. There were clearly internal notes which were not needed for public scrutiny, but merely to say that any suggestion that there was any questionable motive in this whole affair is not well-founded, Mr. Chairman. We are particularly careful to act within the rules related to commissions and our profession. And that's all I wish to say, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Commissioner binto kubana ukholona kubana ke ukutshintsha-tshintshana kupha amaphepha anga kuzobe kwenzekile nge-21 kaJanuwari. Uthi ke ngoku naye usina council into yoba izinto ezibhaliweyo kwiphepha lokugqibela zizinto ababecebisana bodwa yena neqela asebenzisana kunye nalo.
The next question for us to consider is whether it's necessary or appropriate to give this document an exhibit number. I imagine it would have to be, because it's before us. So, Ms. Pillay, can you please give us the next exhibit number?
Chair, it would be QQ1.
QQ.
Yes, QQ1.
I thought we'd advanced further in the alphabet.
Excuse me,
than Q.
it's UU1.
UU1. All right, I've so marked it. Exhibit UU1.
Ilona libizwa UU1 iphepha.
Brigadier, you're still under oath. Did you have a chance to peruse the document during the time that we've been standing adjourned?
Yes, I did.
Uthi uyafumana ithuba yokulifunda ke liphepha ubrigadier.
Mr. Bezos, would you like to continue with your cross-examination?
Any plan, I'll read it again. The levels of violence need to be factored into any plan. Would you agree with that general proposition?
Uyabuza na usina council dokubana izinga ke lodushele funeke lilo elizawugqibelisa xana kuzokwenziwa isicwangciso esi. Uyabuza uvumelana nonto leyo general na ubrigadier?
I do agree. As I've said, it assists to plan properly.
Ndiyavumelana ngoba iyanceda xa wenziwa isicwangciso kakuhle loo
You
nto.
agree, but
I agree because it assists to plan properly, to have a
Yes.
proper plan. Yes.
Ndiyavumelana ngoba iyanceda loo nto kuba kuwenziwe isicwangciso kakuhle.
Mr. Or Colonel Hendrik says, South Africa is a particularly violent society, and this needs to be taken into account in our public order policing.
You're referring, I see, Mr. Bezos, to para 10, the foot of the first page.
7. Oh, I'm sorry.
You've got a differently numbered document from the one that we've got. Is that right? Is your copy of the
Yes,
document
number 10, yes.
contains that
Number
statement
10.
in para 10?
Contains.
So you and I have an advantage over Mr. Bezos.
I'm reading, not basing, my notes are based on the document, Mr. Chairman, but not.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku
South
uMzantsi
Africa is a particularly violent society, and this needs to be taken into account in our public order policing. Do you agree with that?
kuthiwa ke uMzantsi Afrika inabantu ke ngoku abamahlali abanodushe kakhulu kwaye loo nto funeka inikwe ingqwalasela ngendlela amapolisa enza ngawo umsebenzi wayo. Uyabuza uyavumelana nonto leyo na?
Senior Councillor, I will have a problem on a point to say South Africa is particularly violent, is particularly having a violent society. I must say, on my experience, I have gatherings or marches that are violent, equally to marches and gatherings that are actually peacefully as well. I haven't met a situation to say everything is violent, whatever people are there, they are violent. I have a problem with that unless if somebody can prove to me to say really how the South African society is violent. I'm not sure about that one.
Ndinengxaki ke ngaloo nto leyo xa kuthiwa ke ngoku abantu baseMzantsi Afrika banodushe ngokuba kum ndike ndaba namava okubona imatshi apho kukho uxolo khona nalapho kusetyenziswa udushe
Whatever
khona.
Mr. Hendricks may have meant, but I think that it's clear on the context. You yourself,
I take it he's comparing South Africa with countries like Belgium, where he comes from, where they probably have trouble with football crowds, occasionally with Flemings and Walloons having a disagreement. But it's not the same kind of mix that we have in this country with the kind of escalations of difficulty that we've sometimes encountered in the past. That's probably what he means. It seems a fair reading, wouldn't you say?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku xa ethetha ngolu hlobo ingathi uthelekisa uMzantsi Afrika kunye neBelgium ingakumbi xa kukho into ezifana nomdlalo webhola.
Chairperson, if it is in comparison in that way, I won't have a problem, as I've said yesterday, to say a crowd in South Africa won't be the same as compared to other countries. But if it is in that comparison, I don't have a problem. But I will have as well to say I will need to have an understanding to that country, how is the behavior of the crowd compared to South Africa. Then I can sum up and say the paragraph here in place is correct to say South Africa is a violent society.
comparatively.
Comparatively, yes.
Andinangxaki ngoxa kwenza ukuthelekiswa ngolo hlobo. Ngokuba benditshilo nayizolo into yoba abantu balapha abafani nabantu baseBelgium. Kodwa bendinakwazi ukuthi loo nto yinyani xa nam bendinokwazi ukuthi izihlwele zaseBelgium zenza ntoni zona xa ziqhankqalaza.
You yourself, at least 2 or 3 times during your cross-examination by Mr. Badlander and me, drew a distinction between Belgium and South Africa. Why did you choose Belgium?
Ngexesha ke ubuzwa ndim no senior councillor uBacklander buwenza uthelekisa uMzantsi Afrika kunye neBelgium ngoku kutheni ke ngokukhethe iBelgium le.
That's correct, Councillor. I made that example because of the involvement of Belgium in South Africa immediately after '94 with the transition whereby we need to change our ways of policing. And as a result, more of our lectures, if you can see, they are more on peaceful gatherings as well as marches. That's our training actually dealt with that because we're moving from the method we were using before compared to this present moment.
Into eyenza uba ndithetha ngolo hlobo yinto yokubana yaye ke yaba negalelo ke iBelgium ekwenzeni utshintsho ke kwiinto zamapolisa nasekuqeqesheni amapolisa aleli lizwe.
Thank you for that answer. But the next question is, may I remind you that Mr. or Colonel Hendricks was a Belgian, or is a Belgian.
Khumbuze ke ba uColonel Hendricks ngumhlalo okanye ngummi waseBelgium.
Did you know that?
Yes, Councillor, we spoke right on the beginning and I indicated that I know about the situation that he is from Belgium, has been in South Africa, that's correct, sir.
Sithethile ke ekuqaleni ke ndiyayazi into yoba ungumntu waseBelgium beke walapha eMzantsi Afrika.
Were there members of the police force in 1994 or during the period that Mr. Hendricks was here, trying to reform the apartheid regime's police's attitude to the people at gatherings popular with everybody in the force, or were there some who were protesting that Mr. Hendricks is from Belgium and this is not Belgium? Have I got those facts right?
Kukho into eyenzekayo nayo ukuthi amapolisa amanye ngeli xesha kwakuthiwa kuzoba kutshintsho ke ngala xesha wayelapha umnumzana uHendricks kukho abanye amapolisa abathi bona abafuni ke lo into asithetha into yoba ngoba yena akasuki apho usuka eBelgium injalo kwenzeka kanjalo na?
Senior Councillor, before me, I never came across that comment and it never came to my attention. Really, I never knew about it. It's my first time to hear now.
Azange ke ndive into enjalo, ndiva kokuqala ngoku.
Are you suggesting that, are you suggesting that it was just a coincidence that you chose Belgium and not France or the United Kingdom or Germany or the United States, and that its origin in your mind was not what the opponents of the police reforms were talking about at that time?
Into ezenzekeleyo na njengoba senza ngeli xesha sithetha ngale nto wena ukhethe iBelgium kodwa ungakhethi iFrance okanye iUnited Kingdom okanye eMelika na?
Maybe if the question was which countries we benchmark our crowd management training and all that, I was going to have maybe more than one answer. But yes, why I chose Belgium, really, it's because we work with their techniques, with their training since after '94. And for us, even now, we can't be like we bias to their technique as we still utilize it, as definitely it works well for us. Even though, yes, after their training they gave to us, we have to work on that technique that it must suit South African, and it worked very well for us. Yeah. I think that is the reason, because even if you can talk to anybody from public order policing who have been around for some time, that person will code for you Belgium as quick as possible because of that reason.
Isizathu into yokubana ke ngoku siye saqeqesha kwaye senza utshintsho ngezinto eziye zafundiswa okanye zaziswa ngabantu baseBelgium kuba loo nto siye sayisebenzisa yasebenzela kakuhle. Noba ungabuza omnye umntu walapha eMzantsi Afrika, ndithemba into yoba naye uzokwenza umzekelo okanye athethe ngeBelgium.
Using the expression, "this is not Belgium," did you, by any chance, intend to convey that South African lives are less important than Belgian lives, that because it's a more violent country, violence by the police against crowds should be more acceptable? Surely you didn't mean that.
Ngoku sithi kwakho seBelgium apha bufuna ukuthi ngamanye amazwi na ubomi babantu baseMzantsi Afrika bubalulekanga njengabantu baseBelgium na?
That's totally incorrect, Senior Counsel. What I meant is clear, is to say, in comparison, as we spoke just recently, totally there is a different. If one will look at it in any country, in any place, you will have a different how the crowd behaves in different types of marches, how they do it. It actually coming to South Africa as well to say, the NUM, the way they handle their things, it will be totally different in their march. Compare maybe to Satao, the way they do it, it will be different as well. But compare now with another country, it will totally differ at all. There's no way that their life is less compared to them.
Andithethi into yoba ubomi babanye abantu abuxabisekanga ukugqitha obunye, ndenza ke ngoku ndithelekisa ngoba kukho umahluko okhoyo ngendlela into yobana izihlwele okanye abantu bendawo ethile benza ngayo nendlela ebenza ngayo abanye. Ndenze umzekelo kwakhona ngeNUM neSathawu, indlela abathi baqhankqaleze ngayo ayisoze ifane.
Would you agree that, having regard to the possible truism that South Africa is a more violent country, what is indicated is that greater care should be taken that the conduct of the police should not provoke in any way the crowd into violent action?
Because there's a problem with that question. It's unclear. You said, based it on the premise that South Africa is a more violent country. You didn't say more than what other country. So it's difficult for witnesses, I would think, to answer the question phrased in that way. I think you should rephrase it in a manner that removes that difficulty.
It surely was not meant to that the South African police put in a plan together should have regard to that South Africa may be more violent, say, than Belgium. That greater care should be taken that the crowd is not provoked in any way, that we should be even more careful than other countries where there is less violence, that we do not provoke a crowd.
Uthi ke ayithetha into yoba loo nto ibonisa indlela abanodutshe ngayo abaseMzantsi Afrika, kodwa ke ibonisa apha emapoliseni into yokubana ngendlela ke abasebenzisana ngayo nezihlole ingabi indlela ke ngoku ezawuphembelela udushe ebantwini.
It's correct, Councillor. If you remember, we spoke right from the beginning. I think we actually spoke with this part as well, if I'm correct, that our situational appropriateness must be to solve the problem, but not to create the bigger one. And it's obvious, really, that if we are going to intervene, we must intervene with an objective to solve the problem, but not to cause a problem. In other words, provoking, it can be another position to say what actually will cause the crowd to be violent, which is actually contributed by the police when actually they appear before the crowd. But our main purpose every time, whenever we deal with the crowd management, we need to make sure that we solve the problem, we don't cause the problem. At that position, everything is sorted properly.
Inyani loo nto leyo ngoba into efuneka siyenze kukusombulula ingxaki, kodwa not ukuthi xa kukho ingxaki siphinde thina songeze enye ingxaki ekhona ngaphezu kwale seyikhoyo.
And that the police involved should not be trigger happy in using their arms.
Amapolisa ke nawo afuneka angavuyele ukudubula okanye ukuvuyela ukusebenzisa ke izixhobo zawo.
Senior Councillor, it is a standard to say members of public order policing or members of SAPS, especially in a crowd management situation, they will actually conduct themselves with command in each and every situation. That's why we have tactical commanders in each and every section. Can be a section commander, can be a tactical commander who will take care of the situation, ensuring that members are not acting in a wrong way. That include trigger happy, as you explained, Senior Councillor.
Yiloo nto ke ngoku sinabo khomanda ngoba abantu bafumana umyolelo xa besenza izinto uqinisekisa into yoba njengoba usitsho ke abantu abanwabeli nje okanye ubuvuyela into yoba basebenzise itrigger okanye izixhobo zabo.
Colonel Hendricks would agree with you that to shoot or not to shoot is not an individual decision by a single policeman, but a command has to be given by the commander before any shooting takes place.
Uzovumelana nawe
This
kunye
is what you
naye
teach.
uzovumelana nawe kunye naye uColonel Hendricks into yoba ukudubula okanye ukungadubuli kwepolisa wenza loo nto enikwe umyolelo okanye exelelwe uba makenze njalo, uyavumelana naloo nto leyo na?
That's correct. Under public order policing, there will be instruction given because everything must be done orderly.
Injalo ke loo nto leyo ngokubana kwi-POP okanye public order policing yonke into funeka uyenze ngokufumana umyolelo ngendlela efanelekileyo.
And you would expect the planning to be done on the basis of other safer and more effective options available to them, such as, for example, to prevent the people from gathering, disarm smaller groups, on the way to the mountain in this case, and when the crowd was small. Would you agree with that?
Enye ke ngoku into efuneke yenziwe xa kwenziwa isicwangciso esi kukusebenzisa indlela ezingathi zikhuselekile nokuthi uzama unqanda abantu uba bangadibani nokuzama ukuthi abangamaqela ambalwa ke ngoku bathathele izixhobo. Uyavumelana kunye nonto leyo na?
It is correct because it will depend whether are we dealing with two groups. If maybe they come together, there will be conflict and all that. So we need just to make sure that it doesn't happen that they come together and they cause that type of a situation. If maybe we refer to the situation we are having at this moment, as well we'll have to look at that, but at the meantime is to say were the procedures followed properly to be able to deal with the whole situation properly.
Inyani lonto leyo sijongisa into yobana kukho amaqela amabini na angathi xa adibene kuzoba ungquzulwano na ngaphakathi kwawo na, ingakumbi xa sizojonga ke ngoku le meko esithetha ngayo ngaphambi kwethu.
People who came to the gathering place came in small groups from early morning.
Abantu ke abaza beyodibana pha baza bengamaqela ambalwa kusesekusasa okanye sesekuseni.
At 9 o'clock, according to the evidence, and I want you to assume that the evidence is correct, there were not more than 300 people on the mountain, the main copy.
Babeza ke ngentsimbi yethoba ndifuna uthathe bayingathi inyani lonto leyo ngeli xesha babesa bedibana kwekopi bebengadluli ke inani lamakhulu amathathu.
Can we know what day we're referring to, Chair?
I beg your pardon?
We know which day.
What day you're referring to?
We are talking about the 16th. I'm sorry. On the 16th, the evidence is that there were no more than 300 people at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Ubungqina buthetha xapha ukubana ke ngoku ngentsimbi yethoba ngemhlalo we-16 abantu abedimene babengakho ngaphezu kwenani le-300.
According to the occurrence book, I'll give you the times and the number of people. It's an iPad 192, page 614. At 8:50, the situation report says that there were about 100 people, and others were on the way. If those facts are correct, why were they not surrounded and disarmed?
Ukuya ke ngale ncwadi yezehlakalo
Before 9 o'clock in the
uyichazile
morning,
into yokubana
if
ngexesha
that was
bengu-10 to
the
9
plan.
kusasa ngokwengqele ukubakho abantu abalikhulu ke apho kutheni ke bangazange barhanqwe ngela xesha
I'm not sure the witness
bathathelwe
can answer
izixhobo
that
zabo.
question. He wasn't involved in the operation.
I'll put it in a hypothetical.
I think you should put it differently.
Yes. On proper policing principles, shouldn't the police that were there have disarmed and arrested the less than 100 people?
Ngokwemigaqo ke imimiselo yamapolisa ke amapolisa ngela xesha kwakungafunekanga na abambe abo bantu babe ngaphantsi kwenani le-100 na?
Senior Councillor, it will depend to the situation. As you say, we are making an example that there are 100 people. Why we should intervene and arrest them? It will depend to the situation. I don't think that always the technique will be just to arrest, but it will depend to the situation. What do we want to achieve? If really that is the position that people need to be disarmed, we will have to do that because 100 is affordable, it can be done. But I would like to have more example to say what situation we have, why we should take that type of a direction to arrest that 100.
I want you to make the following assumption.
Kuyaxhomekeka ke lonto leyo njengoba ke ngoku uke uye wakhupha nomzekelo ubuchule obuzobusebenzisa apha ke ngokuxhomekeka kwimeko nokuba thina intoni esifuna uyenza apho na sifuna ukuthi abantu babanjwe kanye intoni lefuneka siyenze na apho.
The plan called for the disarming of the people that were gathering on the copy. Make that assumption. That was the plan.
Yes.
Would
yeah. Okay.
you have expected in the implementation of that plan to try and disarm those 100 early in the morning and not wait for 3,500 rands at 1 o'clock? I'm sorry, 3,500 people.
Well, again, little bit is bungenawukhetha into yobana kubantu abantu abo bangaphantsi kwekhulu kunokubana kuzobantu abantu abangamawaka amathathu ngentsimbi iyokuqala na.
Because we deal in thousands in
Ngoba sisebenza ngamawaka imali.
I'm
Councillor,
sorry for the mistake.
yes, Councillor, if
Isn't that, but you know, Brigadier, I've given you the premise, which you have to accept, that that was the plan, and I am asking you that the proper conduct of any police officer that you have trained would have said, here is our opportunity to disarm the 100 people.
Ikwenzele ke umzekelo lathi ke ukho eyona nto binokwenziwa ngamapolisa ethe waqeqesha into yobana nawa abantu ke okanye nalithuba masibambe aba bantu okanye masibathathele izixhobo.
How many there was? No. Sorry.
Senior Counsel, I do understand the question. However, I have a little bit of a problem, but you are giving me a scenario that is 100 people, members are trained, the plan is to disarm and arrest. However, I'm worried because these are the questions I have from the previous senior counsellor, from the evidence side, that at the end I find myself as a person who have answered the question in regard to Marikana. But I would say again that if definitely is that situation, the plan is, it says that must be done at that time, and it's only about that 100 people that need to be actually disarmed and arrested, and you got sufficient police official to execute that task, you'll definitely look at that if it is definitely achievable, because we talk about armed people here, and if you're gonna just go to 100 as they are armed, may happen that you put your members into danger, and we can have people killed into that. So in other words, we have to look to other means, like we spoke yesterday to say, is it appropriate maybe to execute and arrest later if it is possible? But if you're gonna just go at the same time in that 100, and you don't have sufficient means to deal with that, you may have a problem.
Subject to that qualification, assume that the evidence will show that there were a substantial number of officers available who met at 6 o'clock in the morning and they were ready to deal with the situation of the day.
Umasithi ke ngoku ndiyayiqonda ke into boyibuza uba ke ngokuthi plan into bangabantu abayilikhulu abo umbuzo ufuna isibuze wona into kubana ke ngoku amapolisa sinawo anele na okanye lonto ibibhalwe ku plan sakwazi uyenza lento kuba singezi into enokuthi bulalisa amapolisa. Umbuzo ngokuqedwe obuzwa ngoku ngu senior counsel George Peters noba masithi ke mhlambe lo mapolisa onele into bangenza lo msebenzi uthini kulonto leyo.
Senior Counsel, I do understand. I'm just only looking to the consequences in that position. As I've said, if they are armed, it's possible that we can have a problem that there will be some confrontation between the police as well as the people who are armed. No matter how big the group is, And really, I feel strongly that it can be dangerous. And the only way, as I've said previously, that I can look to other means or other ways to say, should we do it late in the evening where they stay, cordon the place, search the place, or maybe at the same time do the same thing, maybe disperse them, make them smaller group, and arrest them. The only part you are not indicating is to say you will disarm and arrest. But if maybe I disperse them first, even the 100 as they are, we need to be able to manage them. Because if we're going to actually definitely have a confrontation with the participants, with the people, obviously there will be definitely some confrontation. At the same time, we can have the loss of life along the line in that position.
Ngiyayiva le nto kodwa ke xhala lam lungquzulwano ke ngoku okanye iziphumo zaloo nto ezabe isenzeka phakathi kwamapolisa kunye nabantu ngoba loo nto le ingaba yinto enobungozi kakhulu. Ngoku ke funeka sijongisise sibone uba yikho enye indlela esingayisebenzisa mhlawumbi uyokusetsha kwiindawo abahlala kuzo okanye ukuzama ukuthi sibahlukahlukanise abantu ngoba basingaya ngayo loo ndlela sivele siyokubabamba loo nto ingenza ukuba kubekho ungquzulwano.
The occurrence book shows that from before 9 onwards, the numbers increased by 50 to 100 every 15 minutes to half an hour.
Le ncwadi ke ukuleyo currency yabonisa uba emva kwentsimbi yethoba inani laliye lisengezeka emva kwemizuzu elishumi elinantlanu abantu bangezeka ngenani ngamashumi amahlanu okanye uyotsho kwinani kwikhulu labantu.
Isn't it obvious that if the plan of dispersing, disarming, and arresting was agreed upon, it would have been very much easier to achieve that objective earlier than waiting at 10 to 4 in the afternoon when the crowd was 3,500. Why don't you want to admit the obvious, Brigadier?
Ukuba ke ngoku icebo binto kuba abantu ke ngoku mabathathelwe izixhobo babanjwe nokuba bahlukahlukaniswe awuboni loba into ecacileyo ibizawukwazi ukuthi yenzeke kunokuba abantu ke ngoku balindwe babe baninzi babe 3,000 nge-10 to 4.
Chair, I think
Before you answer the question, Brigadier, Mr. Ziphania has an objection, which we must hear first, and if I allow the objection, you won't have to answer the question. Yes, Mr. Ziphania.
Chair, I think again the context must be explained of the evidence. The police had been told they were going to disarm at 9 o'clock on the 16th in the morning. So I don't understand the proposition that they ought to have been stopped and arrested as a group of 100 in the morning.
An answer the witness could have given, but I'm not sure that the question itself is unfair. Anyway, you've made your point, and you've given the witness the point which he probably would have thought of himself in any event. All right. Brigadier, did you know that according to the evidence which is going to be led, and some of the evidence you've had already, it was suggested that the police thought or believed that there was at least a reasonable prospect of the people on the copy laying down their arms and dispersing peacefully after 9 o'clock. Did you know that?
Ubusazi ke okanye buke wava na brigadier into yoba amapolisa enenkolelo okanye bekholelwa into yokubana emva kwentsimbi yethoba abantu ke ngoku babezobe bebeke phantsi izixhobo zabo kwaye besukile kuloo ndawo. Uyazi loo nto leyo na?
That's correct, Chairperson. I got that information.
Then you can answer Mr. Bezos's question, which he better repeat because you've probably forgotten the exact wording of it while we had this exchange.
It would appear from the occurrence book that from 9 o'clock onwards, the crowd increased, but between 50 to 100 every 15 minutes to half an hour. Wouldn't it have been in accordance of a properly prepared plan to disarm them and if need be to arrest them when they were coming in small groups rather than waiting for the late afternoon when there were 3,500 and using water cannon, gas, rubber bullets in order to disperse them into small groups.
Njengoba if lonto leyo konke ukuba lonto leyo yayibhaliwe kusicwangciso bungazobona uba kungcono ngoba kuthiwa ukusuka kwimizuzu eshumi nenhlanu yejog kuyimizuzu engamashumi amathathu abantu babesongezeka ngekhulu enanini akuboni uba kuzoba ngcono into yoba ngeli xesha bebengamaqela ambalwa bakwazi ukuthi bahlukaniswe babanje bathele izixhobo kunokuba ke ngokubalinde into yoba babengamawaka amathathu baze batshizwe ngeeqanunu zamanzi baphinde badutyulwe ngeembumbulu zerabha kwakhona kunye nange-tear gas akungcono nanto yoba bebenobanjwa ngeli xesha bebeza bengamaqela asembalwa na.
Councillor, I've answered this question, I think, last week, whereby I indicated that I won't be sure why they took that decision, but what is my opinion, my thinking, is that with the point that was made that there was an agreement that there will be the laying down of arms in that morning, then I think there was a little bit maybe of a change to say maybe they gave that opportunity because we're talking about why there was a gap.
Nam ke ngoku andiyazi into yoba yintoni bethatha isigqibo esinjalo kodwa ndiyakhumbula ndiyiphenduleni kule veki pheleyo ngokuba mhlawumbi njengoba kuthiwa kukho isivumelelo sokubana abantu bebethe bazawubeka phantsi izixhobo zabo ngoba ndiyabona uba bekhona isikhewu okanye isikhala esithile esibe khona ngelo xesha.
You know, that was what we will describe as a possibly evasive answer. In fact, the documents show that there was intelligence that if any undertaking had in fact been given, it was clear that they would not lay down their arms.
Mr. Bezos, I don't think that's a fair question. Look at Exhibit TT4.
I've got it, Mr.
Look at
Chairman.
paragraph 2.3. Look at the third unnumbered paragraph in 2.3, from which it appears that one of the factors taken into account at the JOC was that I think that the assurance had been given by Mr. Mkwanazi that the members would, I think that word should be probably, not properly, would probably lay down their arms at 9 o'clock. And it continues, it was, however, agreed a contingency must be in place if the call to lay down arms failed. So it appears it's correct that the crime intelligence was as set out in 2.1, but 2.3 indicates that there was this other piece of information which was factored in. And those at the JOC then agreed that if that doesn't happen, in other words, the laying down of arms doesn't occur at 9 o'clock, then there must be contingency in place. So I think that to phrase the question simply based upon paragraph 2.1 is in the circumstances not fair to the witness.
Kuthiwa ke lo mbuzo lo njengoba kuthiwa yena uyawubala ukuphendula umbuzo ubrigadier ngendlela ebuzwa ngayo ngenxa yento ezikhoyo kula maxwebhu angaphambi kwethu ayingumbuzo olungileyo okanye o-fair for ubrigadier lo.
Well, I'm mindful below, Mr. Chairman, of that possibility, but what was reported in 2.1 was very clear that they would not.
That was clearly the intelligence, but it does appear from TT4 that those at the JOC didn't accept that that was a certainty. What was contained in the intelligence wasn't a certainty as what would happen. They took this other factor into account and decided that any act after 9 o'clock or after it was clear that the assurance given by Mr. Mkwanazi wasn't going to be complied with. Yes. Now, it's against that background that to put the question as starkly as you do to the witness, I don't think is fair. But anyway, the point's been made, he's heard it, you've heard it, I suggest you carry on.
kuthiwa ngaqhubeka ngoba kaloku bekusekutshiwo into yokuba nangona bethembisile ngoba ngentsimbi yethoba yena umnumzana Mathunjini abantu bazobe bezibekile phantsi izixhobo zabo, kodwa loo nto zange babe nesiqinisekiso sayo uba izokwenzeka ngolo hlobo.
Do you want to try and answer the question, or do you want it to be put again?
Councillor,
Ufuna impendulo iphendula okanye ufuna ndiyibuze kwakhona ndibuze umbuzo kwakhona?
Did they say that it was the day?
Councillor, my answer will be, I think the thing that has maybe caused them not to intervene as early as that time is because there was an agreement on a previous day that people will lay down their arms. Hence, people are going to lay down their arms. I think for them to act prior to that maybe was going to be in contrary with the agreement they have or they made to each other. Because I even spoke about it before that if there's trust, you start to trust each other with the leaders and who are leading that particular organization. It assists to say both of you stick to that, and there must be that issue of give and take to say, then we'll stop whatever and do whatever you agreed upon. So I believe that was the situation that has caused me to say they cannot act as quick as possible.
Ndikholelwa into yobana ke ngoku benza njalo ngoba kaloku ngemini edlulileyo kwakusekwenzela isivumelwano into yokuba abantu bazazibeka phantsi isixhobo. Njengoba bendisenditshilo ke ngaphambili into yobana funeka kubekho ukuthembana okukhoyo ngokuba kaloku ukuba abantu bazoveske nje bagqibe ngale nto baphinde benze ngenye indlela kuthi ukuthi bazobonisa into yoba bophule isithembiso sabo, kodwa ke funeka kubekho ukuthembana phakathi kwabantu neenkokheli, amapolisa kunye neenkokheli zabantu baqhankqalazayo.
Would you persist in that belief if there is evidence that much earlier than the dispersal order being carried out, there were high-ranking officials saying that this was hours before it happened, that this was D-Day?
Bunoyiphinda ke uthethe luthethayo babe kunobakho into yokuba bonisa into yokuba kwiiyure ezingaphambili ke amalungu amapolisa nezikhundla eziphezulu athetha athi ke ifikile imini okanye yiyo ke le imini. Usezawuthetha lento uyithethayo na?
Senior Councillor, I'm not sure about that one. Hence, I was not around where it was said and how it was actually uttered and on what was the purpose of that. I'm not sure, unless if I can have a clear indication why it was said and what is the meaning of that. You know, I'm not sure, because if we talk about D-Day, can mean a lot of things. Today is D-Day.
Well, what do you
Andiqinisekanga ke ngaloo nto leyo ngoba loo nto ingathetha izinto ezininzi ngoba andiyazi uba yayithethwe phantsi kweziphi izizathu okanye yayithethwe njani na okanye yayithetha ntoni na ngoba xa uthi le imini loo nto ingathetha into ezininzi njenganamhlanje yenye imini namhlanje.
Because again, I don't think that question is fair in the circumstances. If you look at slide 153 and 154 of Exhibit L, you see that the media briefing, as far as I can recall, the actual media briefing, which is 155, which of course we haven't got because it's a video clip, that was the one where D-Day was spoken about. And it does say, if you look at 154, refers to the engagement that there'd be a laying down of the weapons at 9 o'clock, and then it goes on, should the commitment not be honoured, the police would need to act. So in those circumstances, I don't think it's fair to put the question as starkly as you have.
Well,
njengoba kubhaliwe ke ngoku nalapha ku-exhibit L akaboni into yoba umbuzo olungileyo ongabuzwa ubrigadier lo commissioner xa kubhalwe into ibhalwe apha into yokuba ukuba abantu ke lento bayithembisileyo abayenzanga.
well, Mr. Commissioner, I would like to put to him what the Northwest Provincial Commissioner and others said.
What time did they say it?
Well,
The point I was putting to you is according to the slide to which I referred to in Exhibit L, the media briefing was at 9:30.
yes.
If you were putting something that occurred prior to 9 o'clock, then you can do so, but just be sure that it was prior to 9 o'clock. That's
Yes.
all.
Into lekileyo ke ngofuna sijongiswe into yoba le nto yayithethwe ngeliphi ixesha na ngokuba uba uthetha ngento ethethwe ngaphambi kwentsimbi yethoba funeka uqinisekise into yoba nyhani loo nto leyo ithethwe ngaphambi kwentsimbi yesithoba.
Well, without having readily available the times when these statements were made during the course of the day, but obviously sometime before the action was taken, I want to read to you what the Northwest Provincial Commissioner, General Mbombo, told the BBC. Today we are ending this matter.
Noba ke ukontingaza amaxesha kodwa kwakuphambi uba into lena yenziwe ndifuna uxelela into yobana into eyayithethwe nguGeneral Mbombo kwi-BBC wathi namhlanje siyawugqiba lo mba.
The point was reiterated by the spokesperson Dennis Adriao.
Loo nto yaphindwa kwakhona sisithethi uDennis.
Today is unfortunately D-Day.
Namhlanje ke ngelishwa yiloo mini.
It is an illegal gathering.
Yindibano engakho semthethweni.
We've tried to negotiate and we'll try again.
Sizamile ukuthethisana nabo sazama kakhona.
But if that fails, we'll obviously have to go to tactical phase.
Ukuba loo nto leyo ayiphumeleli ke sizawuye apho sisebenzisa isigaba apho sisebenzisa khona ubuchule khona.
Does that not indicate to you that it was cut and dry, that it was going to happen this day, that the third phase was going to be brought in?
Ayinto ebonisayo le nto kubana unyathelo lesithathu na lalizawulandelwa okanye kwakuzokwenza le nto ibizwa unyathelo lesithathu na ayibonise loo nto leyo.
Councillor, as I have said that I'm not sure what was the meaning of the words that were given. I understand some of the lines we have read that support the first part that is indicated, but at the same time, I'm not sure, are we talking about the 16? Are we talking about what time and all that? I'm still having a problem to say, I cannot comment on that position really. This is the statement by the provincial commissioner that is indicating with me, I think it's Mida if you say. I'm not sure really. For me to comment in that position is totally difficult really.
Kuzoba nzima into yoba ke ngoku mandizophefumla kule ugqiba uyithetha ngoba njengoba ndiqinisekile into yobana nditshilo into yoba andiqinisekanga nokuthi le nto leyo yayithethwe nini nokuba njengoba yayithethwa yayithetha ntoni njengoba nawe ke ngusewuchazile ngendlela oye wayiqonda ngayo okanye indlela obuyibeka ngayo kodwa ke mna andiyazi uba yayithetha ntoni loo nto leyo.
Colonel Hendricks will say that communication with a crowd at all times is of absolute importance.
Uzawutsho ke uColonel Hendricks into yoba lonke ixesha ke kufuneke kuhlale kubekho udliwanondlebe phakathi kwabo kunye nesihlwele.
Definitely, I have indicated from the beginning that there must be some dialogue, discussion with the leaders most of the time to understand what's going to happen at what time.
Uqinisekileyo ke nditshilo nasekuqaleni into yobana kufuneke kubekho udliwanondlebe kunye neenkokheli nokuthi zintoni ezizawuthi zenzeke.
There is also another type of communication. Informing the people in the crowd what you are going to do if they do not do this, that, or the other. That sort of communication.
Ikhona ke nenye indlela yokuthethisana apho uxelela abantu into yobana nantsi into endizawuyenza ukuba nina ningenzi le funeka niyenzile.
The crowd should be apprised of what is happening and what the police intend doing in the near future.
Isihlwele ke funeke sazi into eyenzekayo nokuba amapolisa aceba ukwenza ntoni kwixa elizayo.
I think it's normal, Senior Councillor, that definitely will be some discussion, negotiations, which actually will lead to say what is going to happen the following day if definitely the leaders are talking with the police to say what they're gonna do, and it will be possible that they will know what's gonna happen in future. If there's a need.
Ngokuqinisekileyo ke ngoku xa ukho uthethathethwana phakathi kweenkokheli kunye namapolisa bazawuyazi nabo into eza kwenzeka ngemini elandelayo.
Would you have expected the police to have loud hailers and to say, there was a promise that you will surrender your arms. You haven't. Please do so, and if you don't, this is what is going to happen. That's the sort of communication that I think Colonel Hendricks refers to. Would you agree that that would be a proper procedure to follow?
Into azawuyithetha ke ngoku yena Colonel Hendricks into yoba bekuzoba yinto elungileyo ukuthatha kumboko lesithi ngamanye amazwi imegafoni uthethe nabantu into yoba nithembisile uba nizobeka phantsi izixhobo zenu ngoko yenzani njalo. Wena uyibona into yoba izawuba yinto elungileyo na xa kusenziwa ngolo hlobo?
Senior Councillor, in a normal situation, always will be a warning given to people. In anything that is going to happen, people will be warned. And we spoke about that with the previous Senior Council about it, to say what happened if people breach and all that, it disrupted the whole thing. But I want to go direct to your question to say, yes, there will be a warning given to people. Then it will depend what happened after that. But the warning will have to be given to people to say, especially if they're going to be dispersed.
Loo nto leyo ngokuqinisekileyo kuba ndiyithethile nakomnye ukhansile into yobana kaloku kufuneka qala kubekho kukhutshwe isilumkiso ingakumbi ke ngoku phambi abantu bazohlukahlukaniswa ngoba yinto ezawubona kuzobona emva kokuba yintoni eza kwenzeka emva basikhutshiwe isilumkiso eso.
There is no evidence that anybody told the crowd that we are going to use razor wire to enclose you, to crawl you. It's apparently, although it sounds a word with a K, I've seen it in print with a C, that trying to crawl any group of people in itself has very serious dangers.
Objection, khange kubekho ubungqina obubonisayo into yokubana kukho isilumkiso esinikwe into yoba kuzobekho ucingo oluhlabayo ngokuba kaloku ukuzama ukurhanqela abantu ngocingo loo nto leyo izawukhokelela ebungozini.
Again, in fairness, there's no evidence that the crowd was going to be crawled.
Mr. Bezos explained that by corral, I suppose, with the English word, he meant hemmed in by the deployment of barbed wire. And the question really is, was any warning given to the people that they were going to be, that barbed wire was going to be deployed, and they therefore were going to be fenced in, as it were, by the barbed wire? I think that's the question.
That's the question.
So, I disallow the objection. You can carry on.
Yes.
Umbuzo ke into yobana abantu babenikwe isilumkiso na into yoba kuzobakho uthango okanye eli cingo oluhlabayo libekiweyo na kuloo ndawo leyo na into beyithetha lona uSenior Council ngamanye amazwi.
Senior Council, my understanding to deploy barbed wire was to protect the media and other VIPs if they are around, as well as members of SAPS. And at the same time, what I'm told was that after deploying the barbed wire, they were going to give a warning to the people, of which it never happened. Hence, the moment they tried to deploy, then it was breached. So I would say really to give warning before deploying, it was not done. That's the true fact.
Into endiyiqondayo ke into yokubana laye lakhutshwa ke lathango ngenjongo yokuthi kukhuselwe intatheli kunye nabantu abathile ababalulekileyo namapolisa bezothi ke emva koko ngokucanza ndifumene into abantu ke ngoku baqale balumkiswe kodwa ke ngenxa yento ezenzekileyo ke ndiyaqonda into yoba zange kwazi ukuthi yenzeke loo nto leyo abantu balumkiswe.
I want you to assume the correctness of the evidence in certain statements taken by the Police Independent Unit that many people thought that they were going to be encircled by the barbed wire, and when they saw a gap in it, far from going through the gap for the purposes of attacking any police, they were really trying to escape from being enclosed.
Amapolisa abazimeleyo ke bazawukhupha ubungqina kwaye bathi abantu kona babecimba into yobana ke bayarhanqelwa ngala cingo, kodwa ngendlela yokuthi baphume kuloo nto leyo babona ke ithuba lokuba mabahambe hayi ngenjongo yokuba bahlasela amapolisa.
My understanding, Councillor, is that when the barbed wire was deployed and some of the people tried to breach, there were already some of the people as well who were leaving the copy without being interfered to by the police or stopped by the police. They were moving and there was no problem on that. So I'm not sure if really the barbed wire caused that situation. However, I won't protect that part. I was not there, but I'm talking about what I'm told, that as the moment it was deployed, some people tried to breach, but there were some other people as well who were leaving without any being interfered to as they were going wherever they wanted to go to.
Ndizayiphendula ke lento ngokuzama ukhusela bani into endiqondayo into yokubana ke ngexesha bekhutshwe elithango oluhlabayo bakhona abantu abathile ke ababekade behamba, kodwa akho mntu ke okanye amapolisa ke bezama ukuba misa abo bantu abo bebehamba. Lulwazi ke endinalo elo, nangona bakhona abanye babeze bazophuma kwisirhobo apha ethangweni bathi babhrija lona elicingo.
Such an act of putting out razor wire would be ambiguous, wouldn't it? Some people would say, let's try and get out of here. Or some of the armed people may say, well, this is war, we better do something else. Would an explanation as to why the razor wire was being put up by Loudhaler possibly have avoided any misunderstanding?
Loo nto ke ngoku yokubekwa kweli thango bingaba neentsingiselo ezininzi omnye bengayithatha ngenye indlela okanye aba baqhubeleyo bathi yimfazwe le, ngoko bungaboni into yobana bekuzobe kuluncedo na into yokuba abantu balumkiswe ngawo kumboko okanye Loudhaler le phamba kuzobekwa eli thango.
Senior Councillor, as I have indicated, what I'm told, they were going to give warning with the moment the barbed wire has been deployed.
Into endiyixeleleyo into yobana ke ngoku bezawunikwa isilumkiso emveni uba beselibekiwe eli cingo lihlabayo.
And such plan was not finalized and they breached on that.
Zange ke bakwazi ugqiba ke ngoku elo cebo labo baye baphumela kulelo thango.
I understand your point is a person sitting there may thought otherwise. Maybe now this is what's gonna happen, let's get out and let's move out. What I'm told is that those who tried to breach, there were those who moved away from the scene without being interfered to.
Ke ngoku ndiyazi omnye umntu enohleli phaa phantsi angafuna uyibona ngenye indlela, kodwa ke aba bantu ke ngoku babeze kweli thango ngabantu babesuka phaa kwisehlakalo kungekho mntu wayebaphazamisa okanye bengenzwanga nto ngamanye amazwi.
The question is, shouldn't the warning have been given before it was employed?
Umbuzo ombuzayo into yobana bekungafunekanga into yoba balumkiswe abantu ngaphambi uba ucingo oluhlabayo lukhutshwe okanye londlalwe na.
This question was asked before, Councillor, and my answer was, procedurally, if you utilize barbed wire, you deploy barbed wire prior, before even people can come to that particular area, because mainly the purpose is to channel participant to a certain direction. In that way, you deploy it, and as they pass by, you protect a certain structure. However, on the day in question, the barbed wire was deployed for the purpose of protecting media and other people as well as the SAPS members. That was the only difference. So in this way, really, it's difficult for me to talk on that position specific to say what was supposed to be. Was they supposed to give a warning to say we are now deploying barbed wire? But the purpose was not intended to encircle the participants sitting on the copy. That is information I'm giving.
Ulwazi nalo ke nencazelo lobana injongo bekungasoba abantu basekopini bakhanqelwe kodwa ke ngekondlela kwenza ngayo into eyenzeka kuqala into yobana kukufakwa kothango oluhlabayo ngaphambi kwento yoba abantu bafike ngelinye ixesha ukuba kukhusela isakhiwo kodwa ke ngelinye ixesha njengoba sithethe kule imo kosimo bekukhusela intatheli nabantu abathile ababelekele kunye namapolisa.
If that was the purpose, and if it was said to the crowd by loud hailers, there would not have been a possible misunderstanding that we are doing this for the protection of our vehicles and for the press. We want to separate them.
Ukuba ke ngoku abantu babexelelwe ngaloo nto leyo bengasoze kubekho ungquzulwano into yoba senza le nto ngoba sikhosela izithuthi zethu.
Councillor, I do understand. The only problem is that is it a fact? You know, is it a fact that really the people wanted at that time to move out because the barbed wire is deployed? I'm having a problem on that. The only thing what I'm having as a fact to me is that they wanted to breach the barbed wire and others move away on their own.
Ndinengxaki kuloo nto leyo into endizibuzayo into yobana ibe yinyani into yenzeke njani naleyo into yobana abantu babengafuni ukurhanqa okanye babefuna uphuma kubhabhu waya ngoba into endiyazi into abantu babefuna uzophazamisana kunye nolu thango elalibekwa apha yingxaki endinayo ke ngoku leyo.
I think the question is put to you on this basis, that you ask to assume that what some people have said in their IPID statements, Independent Police Investigation Directorate statements, that they breached the barbed wire because they were afraid of being hemmed in, fenced in, and wanted to get to the informal settlement. You're asked to assume that that's correct. Is that correct, Mr. Bezos? Yes. On the basis of that, you're asked to comment whether it would have been appropriate and sensible in the circumstances to have given a prior warning explaining what the purpose of the deployment of the barbed wire was to avoid a misunderstanding of that kind. I understand you have difficulty in accepting that what is said in the IPID statements is correct, and you may be right in that, but on the assumption that that's correct, would it have been appropriate? That's Mr. Bezos' question, if I've correctly interpreted.
Into endifuna uyenza into yoba masibenze ibe ngathi loo nto binjalo okanye ukwenze ngolu hlobo ngoba yenziwe ngabamapolisa abazimeleyo into yoba baye baphumela kwelo thanga abantu ngoba babefuna uhamba baye kula mabobosi okanye kulaa ndawo ithile babehlala kuyo.
Senior Counsel, I do understand your question. Whether was it appropriate maybe as a best thing to warn the people that police are going to deploy the barbed wire before deploying it. From my side, I want to say the truth from where I'm sitting really. It's difficult for me to say they were supposed to do that because I don't know the circumstances except the information I got now. I've been trying to answer on it. To go beyond that is really difficult for me to say. Yes, they were supposed to first warn the people. Yes, if we look to reality, if maybe definitely it was going to cause a problem that the deployment of a barbed wire before telling them the purpose why it is deployed, if they were informed, yes, it can maybe make things better, maybe if somebody understand differently. But the purpose, I'm told, was not to encircle them. That is the different thing. That's how I understand it.
Into endiyiqondayo mhlawumbi bebenzothi abantu ababaxelelwe ngaphambi kwalibeka uthango mhlawumbi bizokwenza into eyahlukileyo kodwa ke mna ngokulwazi kwam injongo into yobana barhanqwe kanye barhanqelwe kunye ngeli thango elihlabayo. Kubunzima ke ngoku endinabo xa funeke ndiphendule ke ngokulo mbuzo ololu hlobo.
May I ask you this? It's a matter of sound public order policing, the sort of activities that you've been engaged in yourself, operations you've been engaged in yourself. Is it the practice where barbed wire is deployed to give a prior warning that this will be done?
Into endifuna uyazi njengoba ke usebenza ku-public order policing yinto eyenzekayo na ngesiqhelo le into yokuba phambi bakukhutshwa olu thango oluhlabayo abantu balumkiswe na phambi koko.
My understanding, Chairperson, is that the real purpose to have barbed wire in a situation is whereby you protect a structure. It must be deployed prior to that. And in that way, police can only protect if there's a position where people can break through and get to the structure and damage the structure. In this position, the purpose was totally different because there is no time whereby in our operations whereby we'll deploy the barbed wire and give the warning, you know, and do whatever we're supposed to do. Here, the only purpose of the barbed wire was only different because it was about protecting certain people and be able to take action, give the warning, and disperse the people. That was the different. We don't do it in that way, really.
Into eyenzekayo kakhulu kuye kuthi ke xa ukhuselwa izakhiwo ezithile ukuthi abantu bangafiki ukuze bazokwenza umonakalo kuye kufakwe ke ngoku le barbed wire kodwa ke ngoku apha ke ngoku isimo siye sahluka kakhulu ngokuba into engaqhelanga ukwenzeka leyo kodwa ke injongo into yoba xa lifakiwe olu thango kule ndawo lena abantu ke ngoku balumkiswe bazokwazi emva koko ukwenziwa into yokubana bahlukahlukane baphinde babeke phantsi izixhobo zabo.
Were you at the Ellis Park on the day that there was the deaths at the overbooked soccer match?
Wawukhona eLis Park ngeli xesha ke kwaye kwasela kwabantu abaninzi ngenxa yokuba ngexesha umdlalo webhola kwaye kwabhukisha abantu abaninzi.
That's correct, sir.
Injalo lonto.
In the findings, are you aware that the absence of the use of loud hailers was a contributing factor to the tragedy?
Kwizigqibo ezathathwayo ke uyazi into yokubana ukungasetyenziswi kwemiboko le yaba yenye into enegalelo kule ntlekele eyenzekayo.
I remember it very well, especially in the inner perimeter, inside where people were supposed to be warned.
Ndiyayikhumbula nto ingakumbi ke ngoku apha ngaphakathi apha abantu kwakufuneka balumkiswe khona.
If the platoon commander had a loud hailer and said, relax, don't worry, we will solve the problem, you don't have to knock each other out and that sort of thing, the tragedy may have not happened or may have been lessened.
Ukuba ke ngoku yena uplatoon commander wayethe hayi hlisa nthoba nomoya sizawukwazi ukuthi siyisombulule ngxaki mhlawumbi lo ntlekele ngengenzekanga okanye mhlawumbi amathuba ukuthi yenzeke ayizawuncipha kakhulu.
Maybe we refer to the different side of the stadium. My understanding, we talk about the inner part whereby the stadium management, actually, they were the people who were supposed to look to those issues because we talk about the loud hailer. The loud hailer, the system must be there in the stadium itself. You go in the jog, you talk from the jog, and people can actually get the information, what they are supposed to do. But in a sporting events like that, that as a platoon commander right there outside where people are entering, then is a different thing. But on my understanding with the finding and everything was based on the loud hailers, there was the system that were not actually operative on that time in the inner part of the stadium, from the side of the stadium management.
Xa uthetha ke ngezinto ezenzeka kwintlanganiso ezenzeka phaa ejog ngoba ngumsebenzi wabaphathi ngoku bestadium ukwenza njalo ngoba akanakwazi uyenza yena esegeyitini loo nto leyo ke ngokuplatoon commander kodwa into eyenzekayo ingxaki yayikhona apha into yokubana ii-loud hailers okanye imiboko le yayingasebenzi.
You as a trainer of the public order police must have taught people, and particularly platoon commanders, that they must keep proper control over their members.
Wena njengomqeqeshi okanye abantu bePops benicingile mhlawumbe into yobana bona bafuneke bazame ukulawula abantu babo okanye amalungu abo bona ababizwa i-platoon commanders.
It's part of the training, sir.
Yinxalenye ke ngoku yomfundiso okanye uqeqesho leyo.
And the loud hailer, where there are platoons all over, maybe platoons all over, is a very important tool to have.
Xana ke ngukho wale i-platoon leyo imiboko leyo okanye ilawuthela into ebalulekileyo funeka ube nayo leyo.
It depends to the size of the operation, because we talk of a platoon commander, we talk of an operational commander. Depending to the size of the operation, there is an operation. The platoon commander will definitely be in charge of the operation, because it's not a bigger operation. But in a bigger operation is where you're gonna have an operational commander, like we refer to sporting events, maybe in bigger gatherings. That's where now we have an operational commander. That's where it comes to say who does what at what stage and all those things. And the issue of sounds, of these hailers, they will come into being if definitely there will be a need to make use of it, because obviously if you're going to disperse people, you will have to do that.
Lonto ke ukuye ixhomekeke ubukhulu be-operation leyo ngoba i-platoon commander iye isebenze kakhulu xa kukho abantu abambalwa, kodwa xa bebaninzi abantu kuye kusetyenziswe i-operational commander. Kulapho ke ngoku kubone kunyanzelekile ngabanye amazwi xa bejongile imeko into yokuba izawudingeka na le miboko okanye le bayibiza i-loud hailer na.
I want you to assume that we have not seen any evidence of there being any loud hailers, either by platoon commanders or the commanding officers, in order to control the crowd. Assume that that is correct. We have not seen any evidence. Would that have been an important omission?
Ngoko masithathe into yobana ke ngoku khange zisetyenziswe okanye ziphathwe ke ngoku ezo loud hailers. Lonto bizaba into ebalulekileyo na abaye bangayenzi okanye abayishile kodwa into ebalulekileyo na.
Councillor, carrying of loud hailers, it will be determined by the situation. As I've indicated, I think yesterday, to say not all crowd management or crowd involved as participants in a crowd are violent. Others, you'll find that is peaceful. So there's no need now to come in any place, you must have a hailer, because it is a crowd. And the situation will build up into that. There will be a need to say, must I make use of a hailer, a loud hailer, because I must disperse the people. If it comes to that, really, there must be some sort of like a warning given. And normally, sometime, if it happens in a situation, we will have to use other means. The vehicles we got, we can use their loud system, loud hailer, we make use of them. We can be able to warn people through that as well. It can work as well into that position. But I agree if you say you haven't seen, but it will depend if we are talking about marches that are taking place every time. But my point I'm making is not to say all marches must have loud hailer.
Mr. Ziphania wants to say something, but before he does, I'd like to refer you to slide numbers 163 and following in Exhibit L. But Mr. Ziphania wants to say something.
My associate has showed me those pictures. I withdraw the question in relation to not seeing any loud hailers. Thank you, Mr.
Uyarhoxa ke kulo mbuzo usina council ngoba
Ziphania, in the circumstances, withdraws his objection. Carry on with the next question.
Now, As a public order police trainer, would you agree that crowd management is primarily the function of the public order police?
Njengomqeqeshi ke wemapolisa alawula izihlwele awubona into ebaluleke kakhulu xa kuqhankqalaza into yobana kulawulwe izihlwele na.
Crowd management is a primary function for public order policing at the stage, of course.
Ngewona msebenzi ubaluleke kakhulu ke ngoku uza phambili ekulawuleni izihlwele apha kwi-public order police.
It is not a function for which the TRT, the SDF, and the NIU units have had any special training.
Ngumsebenzi ke i-TRT ne-STF ne-NIU baye bafumana uqeqesho olukhethekileyo kuzo.
I mentioned, I think, last week that some of the members only in National Intervention Unit, that is NIU, are having training, the old members, which was actually helped by the career pathing because they were taking more members from public order policing. They have that, but all three of them, public order policing is not their primary task.
Benditshilo ke into NIU bona baye balifumana uqeqesho ingakumbi abakudala ngoba kwakuthathwa kakhulu abantu abesuka kwi-pop kakhulu ngoku ke lona ndisithi bona banalo ulwazi.
Public order police are trained that an individual cannot start shooting at a crowd without a proper order from the person in command.
Ngoku ke bayafundisa bona be-pop into yokubana ipolisa alinawuvele nje lidubule kungakho umyalelo ophuma kulo ibinguye oyinkomanda okanye ikhomanda.
It's correct.
Injalo loo nto.
Would you agree that where the public order police are involved and other units are for known or unknown reasons brought in, that there is an absolute necessity that there should be clarity as to who is in command?
Injalo le nto noba xa ama-pop azosebenza kunye namanye amapolisa avela kwamanye amacandelo kufuneke kubekho ngokucacileyo kuvakala into yoba ngubani ke ngoku ophetheyo apho phakathi kwabona okanye olawulayo.
It's correct. Once it becomes an integrated operation, the commander must be clear who's an operational commander, who's an overall commander.
Kunjalo ke apho kubudibana ke ngoku la macandelo onke kufuneke kucace ca into yokubana ngubani ke ngoku lo oyi-operational commander okanye overall commander ngubani na.
And would you agree that who is the commander must be crystal clear to all the people that are participating in the situation?
Inyani na into yokubana kufuneke kuvakala okanye kwaziwe ngabantu bonke into yoba lo operational commander ungubani na kulo meko injalo na.
It's correct, as I've said, but Councillor, I would like us to handle it on stages properly, especially in an operation like that will have overall commander, operational commander, and it boils to the tactical commanders as well.
Yes.
And all that must be clear.
But it's got to be a commander to give a command to shoot if it becomes necessary. It's got to be a commander. It can't be left to any ordinary officer that has a gun to start shooting.
njengoba kuthiwa ke ngoku brigadier besithi na kuke kuxhomekeke kwinyathelo esikulo okanye kwenzeka ntoni ngelo xesha into yoba kuzobekho ukubani ukhomanda na utsho ke la senior counsel George Bezos into yobana ewe loo nto leyo nokuba ke ngoku imeko injani na kodwa ke kufuneka ubekho command ekhupha umyolelo uba kudutyulwe ngoba ipolisa nje alinawuvela ngokunokwalo lona lithatha isigqibo lobana lidubule lingafumananga umyolelo onjalo.
Councillor, I think I answered this question before in relation to say I have a problem with the term shoot. You know, we don't have to work like that in subs to say we're gonna shoot people. If I'm gonna stand in front of the members and say shoot, we're gonna shoot, or that it will be a wrong message to get to the subordinates. If I give
ufumana ke umbuzo njalo ngaphambili ngoku ke ndinengxaki ngeligama lithi dubula ngoba emapoliseni nje akuvele nje kuthiwe dubula igama elisetyenziswa nje lo makuvele kwenziwe ngolo hlobo apho.
But I agree, Senior Counsel, if you say there must be somebody in charge of the operation who will definitely be the person who give commands when action has to be taken. I agree on that. Only part of shooting is a problem to me.
Ndiyavumela nawe kule nto yoba kufuneka kubekho umntu ophetheyo izoba nguye okhupha umyalelo ukubana makuwenziwe into okanye kudutyulwe kodwa ke ingxaki nayo yile into yoba kuvele kuthiwe kudutyulwe.
And would you agree that the individual policemen or two that find themselves involved in investigating armed robbery or else, they can use their discretion as to when their life is in danger and they can defend themselves?
Uvumelana mntu ba amapolisa ke enza uphando mhlambi apho kuphangwe khona angasebenzisa yena ubulumko bakhe okanye athathele isigqibo sokubana angakwazi ukukhusela xa kwenzeka ntoni ubomi bakhe na.
Councillor, it's obvious if one's life is in danger, we'll definitely have to do something, as you say, private defense.
Councillor ke kwenze kunjalo xa ubomi bomntu busengozini funeke enze into ukuthi akhusele ubomi bakhe.
Now, Mr. Chairman, we need to make arrangements in order to show a couple of photographs. And
it's now nearly 1 o'clock. So if you're moving for an adjournment to enable you to show photographs after 2 o'clock,
yes,
I'll grant the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Kodwa ke ngoku ingathi amafoto azoboniswa emva kwe-lunch ngo-2 o'clock.
Yeah, the instructions we are to shoot because there's something we still need to bring home.
commission resumes. Brigadier, you're still under oath. Mr. Bezos. Have you
Mr.
got your
Chairman, you
photographs
will be
ready?
handed 3 photographs. Perhaps commissioning.
Kukho iifoto ezintathu ngokwesizonikezwa zona apha.
Ms. Pillay, will you please give us the exhibit numbers, and we must identify the photographs to make sure that we all have the same numbers on the same photographs. The first one that you handed me shows the kraal on the left-hand side and about 9 vehicles and a number of people. And that is marked 1. I see it's marked 1 in the right-hand corner. So what will that exhibit number be?
Chair, that would be exhibit UU2. If I could ask that it be referenced IMG 4541, because that's the path on the SAPS
We've already
external
got
hard
some
drive.
U1s. Shouldn't we make, seeing they've got numbers on them, to avoid confusion, shouldn't we call them WW1, WW2, WW3? Will that cause trouble?
It's UU2. The first image is
Right.
U.
I understand that, but
Yes.
they've already got numbers on them. So that's why I thought it might be sensible to move on to the next.
No, Chair, I inserted the numbers just for ease of reference.
All right, UU2 brackets 1, UU2 brackets 2, and UU2 brackets 3. But then you're going to give us some other reference numbers, is that right?
That's correct, Chair. Just for the benefit of parties who don't have copies of the photographs in front of them, UU 2.1 is SAPS external hard drive / photos / Thursday 16 / Lieutenant Colonel Vermaak 16th / 4541. And then UU 2.2 is the same pathway, but it's image 4542. It's 4541. UU23 is SAPS external hard drive / photos / Thursday 16 / IMG 01518 2012-08-16 1559. It's image 1559.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's on the screen and
On the screen at the moment is UU2 brackets 1.
and if give me
Apha kumfanekiso ngoku kuvela le foto ethetha ngayo.
yes, and Mr. Chairman, if you could note that this photograph was taken at 3:58 p.m. Number 1. Number 2 at 3:59.
Uthetha amaxesha ngoku
Number
athethe
3.
ngazo ezi foto
Also at 15:59.
kwakungamaxesha phaya ko-15:59 minutes ngaphambi kokuba kubethe ihora lesine.
And they have been available by SAPS.
zivela
Parliament friend
kwa-SAPS.
agrees. Now, Brigadier, will you look at photograph number 1?
Masijonge umfanekiso wokuqala, Brigadier.
Do you see a line of policemen?
Kukho ilayini yamapolisa apho imile, iyabonakala?
I see that.
Ewe,
Clearly.
kakuhle.
Do you see that across the road there are people who have been killed, bodies?
Phaya ngaphesheya kwendlela yabo kukho imizimba yabantu abaswelekileyo.
I see that.
Ewe, ndiyayibona.
Will you please take note of the time that it was 3:58?
Uthi kwakungu 3:58 ixesha.
I see that.
Which
Ndiyayibona loo nto.
is given as the estimated time when the shooting took place at scene 1.
Kuthiwa ke ngelo xesha apho kwadutshulwa khona phaya kwisehlakalo esokuqala.
And do you see that there are bodies on the road?
Uyabona kukho imizimba apha endleleni?
Bodies
Ewe,
on the grass next to the road?
na phaya ecani kwendlela kwingca kukho imizimba elele apho.
Bodies next to the kraal?
Na phaya fuphi nobuhlanti.
I see that.
Ewe, ndiyayibona loo nto.
What you don't see, do you, Brigadier? Any lonely policeman being surrounded by any protesters?
Akukho ke apho kubonakala khona ipolisa elemili lodwa phaya lihanqwe ngamapolisa. Lihanqwe ngabaqhankqalazi.
I see that.
Ewe.
Is it clear that if in fact these people were killed, they were not killed by 1 or 2 policemen who were threatened by the crowd?
Kucacile ke ukuba aba bantu babulawa apho ababulalanga lipolisa elilodwa kanye nababili babehanqwe sizihlwele zabantu.
Would you agree with that?
Uzawuvumelana naloo nto, Brigadier?
I'm not clear because the first question was, we don't, or I don't see a crowd maybe around the police after the incident. But the second question is nearly similar to that, but slightly, I'm not sure whether you still ask the same thing.
Imibuzo lena njengoba
I'm sorry, I
ilandelana
didn't
njena
catch the
engayimibuzo
first part
efana
of
na.
your answer.
Yeah, the first part, you spoke about the police official standing
Yes.
without crowd around the police. And,
Andithi uthethe ngamapolisa emiphaya engakanqanqazi izihlwele.
and the second question is similar to the first one, so I'm not clear whether maybe it's still the same question or what.
Lo wesibili umbuzo kuyafana nalo wokuqala ndazi
Maybe
noma
can you
imibuzo
Having
repeat,
wodwa.
regard
can
to
you
the
repeat it
time.
again? Repeat it again, yeah. Just repeat your
Awungaphinda lo
question.
mbuzo futhi.
Having regard to the time, we have a neat row of police officers from the middle of the photograph to the right, correct?
I see that.
Sibona amapolisa emiphaya umgca omhle ngasesandeni
And
so.
we have a number
Sokune,
of
ewe.
policemen to the left,
Nakwesi sokhohlo kukho amanye amapolisa emi apho.
I see that.
Ewe.
and we don't see any evidence of a crowd anywhere on the picture advancing against the police line or attempting to cross the road. We only
Asiboni
see
ke
dead bodies.
asiboni ke izihlwele apho ziza apha emapoliseni noma zenga umgwaqo zisiza ngakuwo sibona nje imizimba yabantu abaswelekile pha
Is correct?
kunjani
Now, you've already told us that if the police are in a group such as is shown on this exhibit, nobody should shoot unless an order is given.
susicela ukuba xa amapolisa emi ngolu hlobo awanalo ilungelo lokuba avulele ngembumbulu kungekho obaxelela ukuba mabenje njalo.
Chair, the witness evidence has always been there is no such thing as an order to shoot in the police.
Ubekile ke ubrigadier ukuba akuthethwa kanjalo emapoliseni ukuba
understand the-
dubulane
He's asked, there are two points actually. The witness made 2 points before the adjournment today. The first one, he said you never have an order to shoot in those terms. The second point he made was in the case of self-defense or private defense, if someone is coming at you and your life's in danger or the life of one of your comrades is in danger, you don't wait for an order before you shoot.
Yeah.
So both of those points render the question you ask one that's subject to reformulation.
Yes.
But there's a further point, and that is that to be fair to the witness, he should be told at what time the shooting took place. Now, you yourself told us that the first photograph is 3:58.
Yes.
Now, I'm not sure it's been definitely proved yet, but it appears from Exhibit L that the actual incident where the firing took place was round about 3:50, I think. 3:50. That appears to be the case from a number of things in Exhibit L. But if I'm wrong on that, I will be corrected. But my recollection is a moment ago I found something that said that.
Uchaza izinto ezimbili apho umgcini sihlalo kokuba ubrigadier uyachaza ngaphambi kokuba kuyiwe kweli xesha lokuyoba ayikho into ethi emapoliseni
As
kukhushwa
far as I
umyalelo
understand it, the firing
wakududula.
took place shortly after the incident depicted on slide 206, which is 3:50, and 207, which is also 3:50, with the protesters moving past the kraal during their third approach. Now, anyway, the point is that this picture of yours, number UU2 bracket 1, you say is 3:58. Now, that was several minutes after the actual firing took place, as I understand the evidence. Anyway, those are the 3 points that I think you should bear in mind when you reformulate your question.
Zintathu ke izinto azichazayo apha usherman uchaza okokuba uye wachaza ubrigadier okokuba kakho myalelo ophuma emapoliseni apho kuthiwa khona dubula. Okwesibini uthi ke xa umuntu ezikhusela ikanena khusela abanye oxabaka asebenza nabo ubona yena ngokwakhe okokuba kufanele ayenze loo nto akameli okokuba kube khona umyalelo njengalowo. Into yesithathu umbonisa ngezi foto azikhomsayo apho ukuba lento uthi yenzeke ngo-3:58 kodwa ke xa sijonga apha kwi-exhibit kubonakala okokuba lento yokudubula yenzeka ngo-3:50 ngo-15:50. Uthi ke umbuzo lona makawuphinde awucacise okokuba ubuza ntoni apha.
According to the photographs from SAPS, the shooting started at 15. Sometime between 15:55 and 15:58, Mr. Chairman.
Uthi xa ejonga ifoto leza kwa-SAPS oku kudubuleka
photographs.
kwenzeka phakathi kwa-15:55
The times
no-15:58
on the photographs.
ixesha elikhombisa apha kwifoto.
the,
I found what I was looking for. Slide 223 says that depicts it's a photograph taken at 15:59. And it says 9 minutes after the shooting at scene 1. That was what I based my statement that the shooting was at 15:50. But that, of course, may not be correct. That may be contradictory. Because part of the problem was that the clocks on all these, the timepieces on these cameras hadn't been synchronized. But the point is, whichever way you look at it, this photograph, UU2 bracket 1, is taken minutes. How many minutes may be a matter of debate, but it's taken minutes after the shooting, because the shooting was only 8 seconds, the first shooting. Anyway, but I don't want to argue with you. I'm just suggesting to you the points I put to you should be more factored into the reformulated question.
yes. If in fact, the time shown on this photograph was at 3:58, and the shooting started seconds before that. If the shooting started, because we actually have photographic material which contradicts the printed version, Mr. Chairman. Then this was taken a few seconds after the shooting.
Uthi xa sijonge imfanekiso lena ibonisa okokuba ukudubula kwenzeka nje imizuzwana emva kwexesha eli libekwe apha.
The proposition cannot be right, Chair. We know that even the people who were fleeing are gone off this picture. It couldn't be seconds after the shooting had happened.
Apha uthi uMhlekazi Ziphania ayikwazi okokuba i-right le nto ethethwa nguMhlekazi uBizos ngoba apha kumfanekiso ke nabo bantu babegcwele phaya abasekho sebabalekile abekho phaya kulo mfanekiso. Ayikwazi ke le nto ukuba yathatha imizuzwana nje yathatha ixesha eliqitha.
That presupposes that there was a mass of people, as the state case is. Well,
look, I understand that. The questions are obviously going to be asked on a correct factual premise. And what we're concerned with is what the correct factual premise is.
Yes.
I've been trying to correlate these photographs with some of the photographs in Exhibit L. The difficulty, of course, the problems of perspective, and difficult to see from the photograph what the relevant distances are. But I take it that 206 was taken shortly before the shots were fired. And the same, I presume, applies to 207. 208 is immediately after the shots were fired. I assume it's immediately after. Perhaps you can reformulate your question, which avoids the problem of a possibly incorrect factual premise. But nevertheless, there's a point you want to make, and I don't want to stop you from making it. I just want to be fair to the witness to make sure that you don't extract a concession from me based possibly on an incorrect factual premise.
That at or about this time,
zikhombisa onke amaxesha enzeke ngayo le nto phambili nangasemva kokudubula.
the shooting took
Question on the basis that if the shooting took place a short while before,
seconds before this photograph was taken.
before UU21 was taken,
Yes.
then you could put something to it.
Thank you very much.
Whether that premise is correct may be a matter of debate
We
later.
can leave it, yes. On the assumption that this photograph, exhibit UU2-1, was taken seconds after the shooting took place, or a very short period before the shooting took place, does it appear that the police were in a formation?
Xa sithi ke lo mfanekiso wokuqala njengoba ubhaliwe apho ukhombisa okokuba wathathwa imizuzwana nje phambi kokuba noma emva kokudubula kubonisa okokuba amapolisa abeseme umgqapha emi iline.
From what I'm seeing, Councillor, I see a formation. At the same time, I see other police officials scattered on the left of the picture as well.
Ewe kukho amapolisa eme iline apha ngasesandleni sokhohlo kukho amapolisa asakazekile phaya.
If the shooting happened during the time period that I have suggested to you, would you agree that in terms of the rules that you teach your pupils, nobody was entitled to shoot on his own accord? There should have been an order from someone in charge of the formation.
Xa ndithatha intetho yakho yokokuba xa lento yenzeke njengoba sisho nje kwakungekho polisa lalifanele ukuba selidubule ngelo xesha ngoba wawungakaphumi umyalelo ovela njengoba utsho kulo ophethe.
Councillor, I would say I was not there. My answer won't be direct, but what I know is that a police official can act a police official can act on necessity or self or private defense. Can do that, depending to the situation. Looking at this situation, I'm not sure what is happening. As I was saying, I'm seeing a basic line. They are standing in a line. Others are moving on the side. And I'm not sure what is the position, what is happening there, because I was not there. But police can act on necessity, self as well as on private defense.
Ndandingekho ke apho mna ndibona nje imifanekiso lena kodwa ke mandichaze ke Mhlekazi.
What I am putting to you is that if the facts as they would appear on this photograph, and it was taken seconds after the shooting, that the formation was there, that a command would be needed before there was any shooting.
Uyaphinda lo mbuzo xa ndithi le photo injalo njengoba inje nabasemile kwakudingeka okokuba khopolisa eliselidubule ngelo xesha ngoba nabasemile ingakaphumi nomlayelo wokuba mabadubule.
Councillor, it's a difficult question for me. We talk about action taken, people lost their lives. For me to say yes or no into this, it will be totally different. I will appreciate if really I was there, then I can be able to say what happened at that time, as I was trying to indicate on my first answer. But that I'm going to say here, they were supposed to receive a command before acting. I'm not sure what happened to those who are on the other side before they were actually shot. I'm not sure about that. So how can I be able to say what these people could have done? I cannot presume here. We talk about people's life. I'm not going to sit here and presume and presumption. I can't do that.
Andikwazi ukuba ndihlale apha ndichaze okokuba kwenzeka ntoni ngento ebendingekho ndingayibonanga uba kwenzeka ntoni njengoba nditshilo okokuba aba bantu bemile abanye bangapha ecaleni andazi okokuba benza bathatha lolo xathu bathatha ezo zinyathelo ngokwabo xa babona ukuba kudingekile noma bazikhusele bona noma bakhusele abanye oogxa babo bendingekho apha ndikwazi uphendula lo mbuzo.
Brigadier, is it not clear that the police were there as a unit?
Come again, as a
unit.
As a unit.
Yes.
There were different units, sir.
Well, a unit from different units, but they were a unit. They were on the same line.
Andithi babeme bonke bevela ezinhlakeni ezohlukile kodwa besebenza phaya kunye beyi-unit eyodwa.
Councillor, I don't disagree with you. They were standing in the line. I see that.
Formation.
Formation, we can call it. Basic line of formation.
Yes, and if there's going to be any shooting by anyone in the formation, there has to be an order.
noma ngomphike apho kubo owayesosebenzisa umpu kwakufuze enze njalo ngomyalelo ophumile.
Councillor, I believe your answer, you're expecting me to say yes or no. In this position, I cannot say, I was not there. For me to presume and say this is what they were doing, because I'm not sure whether they were finished, they came back, or they were still gonna do it as they are standing now. As you are saying, it was a minute after. How can I have a proof that it was a minute after, Councillor? I was not there. Unless you prove to me that it was a minute after, then I can do something. But
Well,
at the same
I'm
time,
asking you to assume.
I cannot assume. This is people's life, Councillor. I was not
Apha
there.
sithetha ngempilo yabantu andikwazi ukuba
I was not
ndibeke nje ingcingo zam bacinga
cannot-
kwakwenze
Not
ntoni.
prepared to make an assumption.
It's not about I'm not prepared. I
Ayikuthi
would like to talk
andizimiselanga,
on facts.
ndiyathanda ukuthetha
I was
into.
not there. The only facts I can have, Councillor, is when I was involved. Here,
Ndandingekho
it's a
apho.
very, very delicate situation. I cannot presume
Ukube
there at all.
ndandikhona apho ngabe ndikwazi ukuxelela inyaniso andikwazi ukuba ndicinge uba kwenzeka ntoni apho noma kwakufanele kwenzeke ntoni.
Well, can we say that we argue that if we are correct in relation to the timing, you are not prepared to be of any assistance to the Commission as to whether an order was absolutely necessary before any shooting took place?
Councillor,
Uthi awuzimiselanga apho ukuba ube uncedo kwi-commission usho kokuba lalidingekile na umyalelo wokuba kuthathwe lo gxathu phambi kokuba kwenzeke loo nto noma.
Councillor, I don't know what to say now. I've made it clear that the only time I can be able to have a say in the situation like this, I must be there, I must know what had happened.
Njengoba sendishilo Councillor ukuba
People are
andikwazi ukuba
lying down there, are
ndichaze
killed,
into
and
eyenzeka.
I must be able to see what had happened in person. I
Ndingekho.
cannot talk about pictures here, which at the same time yourself, you presume that it was after a minute. How
Ngoba
can
nawe
I prove that and come up
ngokwakho
and presume as well?
awunanyaniso
I
uyacinga
would
nje
like to
okokuba
help the commission as much as I can, but in this position I
kwakungumzuzwana nje.
can't.
Ndiyazama ngawo wonke amandla endinawo ukuba ndincede i-commission kodwa apho ndingakwazi khona ke akukho nto endingayenza.
Please have a look at U2, open brackets 2.
Masijonge umfanekiso lo wesibini.
Is the same formation
Basemi ngayo ngalo lendlela
more or less the same?
njengala kumfanekiso lo wokuqala.
From what I'm seeing, it's just a different angle. For me, it still look the same.
Ifoto eyodwa kodwa ke ethethwe kwelunya uhlangothi apha iloku ime ngolohlo.
And what we see are bodies, some on the road, some off the road,
Sibona imizimba apha eminye isendleleni eminye ngaphandle kwendlela.
some against the kraal,
Eminye iphaya ebuhlanti phezu kwabo ubuhlanti obu.
and one or two possibly behind the kraal.
Omnye noma emibini ngasemva kobuhlanti.
And if this picture was taken at 3:59, 1 second after the first one,
Kuba le foto yathathwa umzuzu owodwa emva kwale yokuqala.
are you prepared to express any opinion as to whether any of the supposed attackers were near enough the line in order to be presenting a threat to the policeman in line?
unako kusho kuba aba bantu babehlasela babe fuphi kakhulu namapolisa kuba bebangaba bubungozi ku amapolisa lawo
Chairperson,
abawahlaselayo.
I register an objection again. The question is totally unfair. At this time of the formation, the shooting had happened minutes before. How can it be put to the witness that in this formation would they be close enough to pose a threat to the police?
Chaza ngaleyo ndlela ke umhlekazi uSiminyo ukuba hayi sesidithile apho seyenzekile lento yokudubula bebangaba ingozi kanjani ngelo xesha seyiphelile lento.
Mr. Chairman, I submit with respect that in view of the dispute in relation to the time, and I am sure that my learned friend will investigate, or the evidence leaders will investigate, Mr. Chairman, from the policemen that appear to be online, whether there was any command given or not, so that the matter can be properly clarified. But I think that I am entitled to draw the witness's attention to the facts as they appear on the photograph for his comment. And if he refuses to commit himself, he gives us yet more grounds in order to submit that there is a conspiracy of silence among the police officers that may or may not have been there about what really happened.
Utsho ke umhlekazi uBhizo ukuba
Difficult to see how you can argue that this brigadier wasn't there there at all. He was asked as an expert to express expert opinions on what he's shown is party to a conspiracy of silence. But anyway, we'll get there if we put that argument up.
Uzawuthi kukho ukubambisana phakathi kwamapolisa ukuba bangayivezi
Photographs have
lento.
been put to the witness. He's been asked to make assumptions. He says he declines to make assumptions because he's not certain the assumptions are correct, as I understand his evidence. That may or may not be a basis for criticizing his evidence, but is there any point in spending any further time on it? Shouldn't you move on to the next point?
If I have persuaded my learned friend for the police and the evidence givers that at the very least detailed investigation is required for the purposes, I'm prepared to leave it there, Mr. Chairman. If we are assured that there will be evidence as to whether an order was given or not, then we will be able to leave it at that at this stage.
Find out from Mr. Semenya, is it your case that an order was given or that an order was required?
Our instruction and case is that no order was given, nor was there an order required.
You ascertain what you want to ascertain, Mr. Their cases, the police cases, they've obviously done the investigation already. No order was given, and they will argue that in the circumstances, no order was required. That's their case. Now, on the basis of what's been put by Mr. Semenya, you could possibly cross-examine the witness further.
I want to read to you what the counsel for the police said on page 17, on page 30 of their page 17 of a document of 30 pages.
Okuba kwavela le ntetho ivela kuKhansela omele amapolisa esithi
the implementation of this measure was preceded by the deployment of barbed wire to send a message that the armed protesters may not cross the police line. The protesters defied this and attempted on 3 occasions to breach the police barbed wire.
amapolisa afaka andlala olcingo phaya kuboniswa okokuba abacankalazi bangazisi ngapha ngasemapoliseni benqe lo mgca ubekiwe bazame kwade kwathathu okokuba bagqithe kuloo ndawo.
Tear gas, stun grenades, water cannons, and rubber bullets were used to try and stop them from breaching the police line.
I-tear gas kwabetha i-stun grenades kwabetha iimbumbulu ezizerabha ezingamabhola ukuzama ukunqanda aba bantu ukuba bangezi kweli cala.
This did not deter them. They had protected themselves from rubber bullets by wearing numerous layers of clothing and covering themselves with blankets.
Ayikwazanga ke nokuba namphumela loo nto ngoba aba bantu babenxibe izinto ezininzi apha emzimbeni banxibe nezingubo namabhayi bangaziva ke ezi
You will also hear evidence that one of the leaders of the armed group of protesters in a green blanket, Mr. Noki, confronted Lieutenant Colonel McIntosh, who was inside the Nyala, and said, "We are going to kill one another today."
Kukho ke nalentetho yokuba omnye lo wayenxibe ibhayi eliluhlaza uNoki waya ku-Lieutenant Colonel phaya wamxelela ukuba namhla sizawubulala namapolisa.
Since the first attempt to breach the police line, the protesters managed to breach the police line around the kraal and came charging at police officers with dangerous, sharp weapons and firearms.
Kuthiwa ke bathe kwinzame yesithathu baphumelela ukuphuma phaya kwesi sikhewu basebeza bebaleka ngasemapoliseni baphethe izixhobo
Officers from the tactical response team, which had been deployed as a support service and show of force at virtually less than a heartbeat of charging protesters, opened fire on the advancing protesters with live ammunition without instruction from anyone in circumstances where they reasonably believed that their lives and that their members to be in imminent danger. 16 protesters died on that occasion.
Okokuba bathe xa beqathula apho bephuma beza bebaleka emapoliseni ngezixhobo ezibukhali ezibalwayo apha kwathi ke lamapolisa wele TRT abebekwe phaya okokuba abe luncedo kakhulu abanye ngaphandle kokuba kuphume umyalelo othi mabadubule basebebona bona kudingekile baphansi konyanzelo ukuba bazikhusele bona nabanye oxa babo.
What I want to ask you as an expert is this.
Into endithanda ukuyibuza kuwe ke
Would you have expected if you were given a tutorial to a class of policemen that you don't shoot to kill without firing at least a warning shot?
Njengomntu oqeqesha amapolisa kuzawuba sifundiso sakho xa ume phambi kweklasi yamapolisa ubacela ukuba bangatyubuli ngaphandle kokuthi babethe i-warning shots.
Councillor, the story you read to me talk about 3 times the participant trying to breach the line going through the side of the police. And from what we heard as we go on, that it started with the public order policing using different types of less lethal options to ensure that people doesn't go through. As I've said, it's for me becomes a bit of a problem because that's where in this position I don't have clear facts what happened. As you talk about training, what was supposed to be done. But in this position, we have a situation where people have gone through, as they've gone through on the 3rd time, and what we have read now, it states that they believe that their life was at imminent danger. Hence, the people were armed with dangerous
of more than 15 people?
Uthi ke xa ubungaba ngumuntu oqeqesha beze kuwe bungeke na ubaxela uba emva kokuba sebenzeka into enjengalena kudingeka okokuba badubule i-warning shot ikanene bajonge okokuba ngubani ongumrholi walaba kudutshule yena kunokuba kuvulele nje irhuluwa kuwo bonke abantu abangaka kude kusweleke abantu abaninzi ngolu hlobo.
Councillor, in the death of a person, no matter how many are dead, the person is dead. It's a situation. We cannot accept that situation. One or two, it cannot be accepted. The point I'm making is that in this situation, less lethal options were utilized, and I'm not sure as they break through how close are they were to the police, how far they were. I do not have that information. As you say, I must not try to please you. On my understanding, I was not answering the question because maybe I want to please you. I'm answering the question because you ask it. This is my answer, Councillor. My answer is, it's not possible for me to come up with any input on this position because you need to know exactly. As I was indicating, members of SAPS are standing here in basic line. And if they are standing like this, people are lying down already. And are they still advancing or are they standing? We can't all of us say here. I need first to be able to say something. And to push myself in a position to say, let me presume, is totally wrong. It's people who are dead here. I cannot just presume in that way. I can try and talk about other things, but this one I cannot presume on it. People have been killed here. The only way I can have a proper opinion here is only and only if I'm involved. I saw everything myself here. As I started from the beginning to say, I thought of necessity, self or private defense. If it's not that position, the letter you wrote now talk about the fact that the people were armed with spears and they felt that their life is in imminent danger. And as it stayed like that, I'm not sure how far they were, whether they still have a chance to shoot a warning or what. I cannot talk on that position.
Uchaza ngolo hlobo ko Brigadier lento kokuba njengoba unifundele apho kokuba ababantu basebephumelele phaya kwesikhewu sebasondele anabo ubungqina boba basebepfuphi kangakanani namapolisa kokuba sasekhona na ixesha lokuba bangadubula i-warning shot. Uthi ku Brigadier apha mhlekazi nithetha ngabantu abaswelekile noma mnye noma mbini noma babini abantu abaswelekile noma bangaki into engamngelekiyo yokuba kubekho abantu abaswelekile. Into nje andikwazi ukuba apha ndithi mina ndicinga ukuba kwenzeka ngolhlobo andingekho apho bendinokuba ndikwazi ukuchazela lento kuba ndandikhona apho ndithethe ngento endayibona.
Did you tell your pupils that killing people must be a very last resort?
Ekufundiseni kwakho ke ubafundisa ubafundisayo kokuba ukubulala makube into yokugqibela nje ekhona kungenziwa nje makube into yokugcina.
Councillor, taking someone's life, for my understanding, it will never be a last resort, except only and only if it is on self-defense. If there are means, or private defense, or if there are means that you can deal with that as a police official, you will have to deal with that. Like the example you gave to me, 3 police officials going to a situation and something happened, then there is no need that they can wait for command. The situation demand them to do something because somebody gonna do something to them. There's a total different situation. But I cannot say killing somebody must be a last resort. Killing of a person will never be a song we must sing every day because it's not part of our job.
Beka ngolo hlobo ke ubrigadier kokuba ukuseleka komuntu akuyona into efunekayo. Into engafanele kokuba yenziwe akuyona into mayicingwe nokuba yenziwe ekugqibeleni. Uthi njengoba unikezele lo mzekelo nje wabantu abathathu ababaya ubamba abayokwenza irobbery abadutshulwa ngoba kunesidingo sokuthi sebenze kanjalo ikanene ngokuzikhusela ikanene ukukhusela abanye abantu abadingayo kusetshenzwa kanjalo nje xa kukho eso sidingo akukho xa kukho ezinye izindlela zokuthi lowo muntu ungabikho umuntu oselekayo makusetshenziswe ezo zindlela.
Did you tell your pupils that any injury or death must be proportional to the harm that may be done if they do not take that final step of killing someone?
Uyabafundisa ke nokuthi ukonzakala nje komuntu nokuthi umuntu makenzakaliswe kuya ngemeko okokuba ubuzaza obukhoyo apho bebungakanani ngaphandle kokuthi lo muntu abulawe ukonzakaliswa nje kwakhe.
It's basically, it's normal, it's how it should be. It has to be proportionate to the threat most of the time. That's why I'm having a situation of a difficult point to say, how can I make any input in this position? Because I'm not sure what was the position. Only what I hear, they are armed to spears, their life was in danger. It's a lot of things that one has to look at it here. Was there still there an opportunity or maybe a chance that they could have done something around that position? I can't say that. Of course, we teach people, people know about these issues, but we have to look at one thing, that there must be necessity, there must be self or private defense that need to be applied, especially when their life is in danger as well. On this position, I'm not sure what happened, and I cannot comment in a position of this nature. As I've said, people lying down there is human beings who have lost their life. And for me to presume, as you want me to presume, is totally difficult.
Siyabafundisa abantu ngezindlela ekufanele kusetshenzwe ngazo sininzi ke. Kukho kodwa apho kufanele khona ukuthi ipolisi aqale ngaphansi kwemeko ethize likwazi ukuzikhusela lona ikanene xa kunesidingo sokuba sebenzise ezo zigalo setshenziswe noma xa kunesidingo sokuba likhusele abanye oxabalo benze kanjalo. Kodwa ke manditsho kokuba ukusweleka komuntu akuyona into edingekile ngawo onke amaxesha makusetshenziswe ezinye izindlela ezingenako ukuthi zibangele ukuphalala kwegazi noma ukusweleka komuntu.
15 people died as a result of gun wounds at the spot.
Basweleka abantu abangu 15 ngemipu abadudule ngemipu apho kulo ndawo.
Not a single policeman had a scratch.
Kwangabi ipolisa elilodwa elinomcezo nje line-scratch.
If a pupil in your in class asked you, Brigadier, on those facts only, would you consider it proportionate or not? What would you have said to your class?
Akungaba khona ke ofundayo apha ngakubuzwa kokuba ananga amapolisa akho nomnye one-scratch kukho abantu abangu 15 abaswelekile apha bekufanele yini okokuba basebenze ngolhlobo bilingene na ubuzaza ubungozi bebulingana.
Councillor, again, I would say your question, clear as it is, but for me it becomes dangerous.
What would you say to your class?
Let me explain. Don't raise your voice, please.
Uzawuthini kwiclass yakho?
Slow down. What is important here, you are giving me a scenario that is very close to the real situation. In other words, I would say we are playing.
Forget
No,
there is
it's not correct.
The situation. Sorry.
Not correct, Councillor. Not correct.
Masimnike ithuba lokuba phendule.
Councillor, it's not correct. I don't agree with you.
Andivumelani nawe apho Councillor.
By all means, you want to make me to be in a certain position I don't want to be. I want to answer you properly.
Ukundifaka apha kwisimeko endingafuna ukuba kuyo. Ndifuna ukukuphendula ngendlela efanele.
Councillor, your question is, a person has been killed, police official, they are not injured, all of them.
Uthi apha kusweleka abantu amapolisa awonzakalanga.
There's no scratch, that is your point.
Uthi kakho nomnye nje one-scratch.
Clearly, in this type of a situation, I will have to ask question what had happened. If it is an example as you make it as an example.
Xa banganibekela yona ke njengomzekelo ndizawuba nemibuzo endiza kuyibuza apha.
I will have to find out what had happened to the situation and everything. Then I can make my input on that.
Qonde kakuhle okokuba kwenzeka ntoni apho phambi kokuba ndikwazi ukuba ndiyiphendule
And if
ngohlobo.
possible, I'll do my inspection logo as well.
Xa kudingeka ndize ndiye apho ndiyojonga uba kwenzeka ntoni.
I will go and see where was one and where was the other person and what happened. Then I can draw my input on that.
Okokuba lo wayephi lo akuphi kwenzeka ntoni ndikwazi ke apho ukuba ndikwazi ukuba
I cannot just stand in front of the class and just in front of the class and say, yeah, you were supposed to do 1, 2, 3. That's not correct.
ayikho right ke into yokuba ndime nje phambi kweklasi ndibaxela uba kufanele nenze ngoku kanje nakanje nakanje nakanje.
You are familiar with the orders that govern the conduct of police, are you?
Imigaqo orders ezilawula amapolisa unolwazi ngazo ndithi.
At what circumstances, please?
Pardon?
At what situation?
You're teaching.
There are a lot
You
of
are
orders.
familiar with the orders.
Councillor, there are a lot of orders. Please be specific. Which orders are you talking about?
Xa usho ukuba uthetha ngomphi ngoku.
SS2 crowd management during the gatherings and demonstrations. That's what I am referring to.
Standing Order 262, yes, I'm familiar.
Standing Order 262 ndiyasazi kakuhle.
In 12.3, records of operation.
Can I have a chance to grab it, sir, please? Can I grab mine as well, please?
Yes, please do.
Thank you.
It's on page 9 of 11. On to page 12.
Please come again.
Page 10.
You're saying?
Page 9 of 11,
Page
going
9.
on to page 10.
Reporting and recording. That's a what? What are we talking about? Councillor, I'm at page 9.
Page 10,
Page 10.
for start. Subsection 3. Records of operational plans, all reports on the execution of operations, and debriefing reports must be filed together with and kept according to the record classification system of the service.
Apha kuthetha ngokuba fanele beke kanjani i-records zeplan ebekusetyenziswa ngazo okokuba leyo nto iqhutywe ngoluphi uhlobo neengxelo eziye zavela emva koko zifanele zigcinwe zonke ngendlela efanele.
I see that, Councillor.
Yes. And in paragraph 3 of your statement, in 3.2, you are expected to monitor and evaluate the implementation and adherence to policies, standards, standing orders, G262, and national instructions. That's part of your function. And section 3, I don't remember if I've read it out to you, records of operational plans, all reports on the execution of operations and debriefing reports must be filed together and kept according to the record classification system of the service, reading from, not from your statement, but from the standing orders themselves.
I see that, sir.
Where is the report? The law report. If you bear with me for 1 moment, Mr. Chairman, just want another document. Now, I want to read you an order, police order. That reported in a judgment to this effect. The existing restrictions and requirements as determined by courts must be applied rigorously.
Councillor, may I ask what are we reading?
I'm reading you of an order appearing in the judgment of the Constitutional Court. It's a footnote. The existing restrictions and prerequisites as determined by courts must be applied rigorously in a case such as the one we're investigating.
Ufunda apha ukhansela ngokwesigqibo esenziwa e-Constitutional Court esibeka ngohlobo kokuba izigqibo ezenziwe emakhotho mazilandelwe njengoba zibekiwe apho.
Yes.
Can, for the purposes of helping us understand, can we be given the context of the judgment, or what judgment it is?
Yes, it's ex parte Minister of Safety and Security, Inri Walters, in the Constitutional Court, dealing with the proper interpretation of 49(2) of the Criminal Procedure Act as to when a person forfeits his life by conduct at the end of against the gun.
Section 49(2) doesn't deal with private defense.
Pardon?
And I understand the witness to be dealing in the present context, not with the application of Section 49(2). If I'm wrong, I'll be corrected.
Yeah.
But I didn't understand it to be dealing with the application of Section 49(2), but the application of the common law rules relating to private defense.
Yes.
So I'm not sure that I follow the relevance of the question that you're asking.
The judgment sets out what private defense means and when it can be justified. And this is why I'm quoting it, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ziphania?
Might we have an opportunity to take a short adjournment?
It's
to
3
have a
o'clock.
look?
I suggest we take the afternoon short adjournment. And while the rest of us are having tea, Mr. Ziphania can study the matter and we'll deal with it again after the adjournment. The Commission will adjourn.
Sizawubuyela wona saya uxesha leti.
was intended to be by me, but my learned friend...
Mr. Bezos, you've been misinformed.
I'm sorry about that. We will make it
It
available.
wasn't, well, I'm sure it's not your fault. Anyway, carry on in the meanwhile.
Yes.
Something's happening.
Yes.
Well, I've only got one copy and there are three of us, but which of you two wants it? My colleague, Commissioner Hemrod, says that she and Mr. Dakota don't need it because they know the law, so I shall keep it. Carry on, Mr. Bezos.
Yes. Before I ask the question, may I just indicate, Mr. Chairman, that the matter raised by you, Mr. Chairman, and by my learned friend, this is the Section 49 case, but there is a very full judgment by Curricula J, in which all the other members of the court concurred. And if you turn to page 643, Mr. Chairman, there is a footnote.
Has the witness got a copy? Okay.
16, page 642, the footnote 1.2. The existing restrictions and prerequisites as determined by the courts must be applied rigorously. All actions must invariably be reasonable and in agreement with the principle of minimum force. See that in the second, in 1.3. And read together with what appears on top of 643.
Chair, I think
Mr. Semenya has turned his microphone on and he wants to say something.
Chair, I thought we had tidied up that that excerpt relates to section 49.2, which is not relevant. It is the other page relating to self-defense that is relevant.
To me, it's 643 footnote 66.
Yes, that's a 49.2 environment. The other page relates to private defense.
If you have a look at the footnote at the page of 643, the last sentence, what is material that is that the law applies a proportionality test when the interest protected against the interest of the wrongdoer. These threats must now be weighed in the light of the Constitution. So the judgment does not confine itself merely to Section 49. It's really a treatise of what can be done against a wrongdoer and what can't be done as a wrongdoer. And if you have a look at the judgment as a whole, this is a treatise on the treatment of people on the other side of a gun. And what I want to draw to the witness's attention is that the existing restrictions and prerequisites as determined by our courts must be applied rigorously. This is what I want to bring to his attention, and I'm going to ask...
Bezos, that passage in footnote 62, in terms, is a quotation from a general directive issued by the Minister of Safety and Security on the 11th of April 1995, dealing with the then wording of Section 49.2 of the Criminal Procedure Act, and it reads, The current wording of Section 49(2) of the Criminal Procedure Act is presently being reconsidered. As an interim measure, the following guidelines should be followed concerning the relevant section. 1.1, field application ought to be restricted to serious offences, such as murder, armed robbery, assault with intent to inflict grievous bodily harm, etc., or where there's a reasonable suspicion that the fugitive is a danger to the public. 1.2, the existing restrictions and prerequisites determined by the courts must be applied rigorously. That's the passage you refer to. 1.3, all actions must invariably be reasonable and in agreement with the principle of minimum force. Now, the first point is it's clear that it relates to the guidelines to be followed concerning Section 49(2). It doesn't deal in terms with self-defense, which is what's dealt with in footnote 66 on page 243, which you read. So it's not correct to say that that paragraph 1.2 applies to self-defense. So I think you must step back a yard or two, or sorry, a meter or two, and reapproach the matter, because the way you put it isn't strictly correct.
No, Mr. Chairman, with respect, if you go to note 66, at the bottom of page 643, self-defense is treated in our law as a species of private defense. It is not necessary for the purposes of this judgment to examine the limits of private defense. Until now, our law has allowed killing in defense of life, but also has allowed killing in defense of property or other legitimate interest in circumstances where it is reasonable and necessary to do so, and authority is quoted. Whether this is consistent with the present case. Whether this is consistent with the values of our new legal order is not a matter which arises for consideration in the present case. What is material is that the law applies proportionality, the proportionality test, weighing the interest protected against the interest of the wrongdoer. These interests must now be weighed in the light of our Constitution.
That statement is made in the context of the question as to whether killing with the defense of private defense is available not only for killings in defense of life, but also killings in defense of property or other legitimate interest. And what said that that doesn't arise for consideration in the present case. There's a proportionality test, and the interest concerned, interest to be protected, has got to be viewed in the light of the Constitution, or weighed in the light of the Constitution. I'm not sure that that passage is relevant at all. But but what is more helpful for you, possibly, is the quotation from Mkwanazi's case, which is in the text of page 642, where Shaskleson P. Sets out the law in relation to self-defense, a passage which is probably relevant to the question you want to ask. And I suggest, if I may be permitted to do so, that you read that to the witness and then ask a question.
Yes, I will read that to him, but also more briefly, in paragraph 11 of the standing orders, the use of force must be avoided at all costs, and members deployed for the operation must display the highest degree of tolerance. The use of force and dispersal of crowds must comply with the requirements of Section 9(1) and 2 of the Act. During any operation, ongoing negotiations must take place between officers and conveners or other leadership elements, which also gives an expectation that it should be complied with by a teacher of public policing situations, Mr. Chairman. But if I am directed to read the passage which I have underlined, and
you don't. I mean, I haven't got the power to order you to do anything. But if you want to do it, you can. If you don't want, you don't have to. I'm just trying to be helpful.
Yes, thank you. Well, let me read it. Self-defense is registered by all legal systems. Where a choice has to be made between the lives of two or more people, the life of the innocent is given preference over the life of the aggressor. This is consistent with Section 33(1), the equivalent of Section 36 of the final Constitution. To deny the innocent person the right to act in self-defense would deny the individual or his or her right to life. The same is true where the lethal force is used against the hostage taker who threatens the life of the hostage. It is permissible to kill the hostage taker to save the life of the innocent hostage, but only if the hostage is in real danger. The law solves problems such as these through the doctrine of proportionality, balancing the right of the aggressor against the right of the victim and favoring the life or lives of persons or innocent over the life or the lives of the guilty. But there are strict limits in the taking of life, even in circumstances that have been described, and the law insists upon these limits being adhered to. That's the end of the quotation. And then, of course, Judge Krichler goes on in paragraph 154, and it may be, in fairness, the limitations set out by Justice Krichler are quite clear, but there is the proviso in subsection I. There are limitations in no way detract from the rights of an arrestor attempting to carry out the arrest to kill a suspect in self-defense or in defense of any other person. But the underlying factor in the authorities in the judgment is that it has to be proportional and reasonable. And what I've put to the witness is that our courts have said things
njengoba beniva kuthethwa njena bekubekiselana ngokuthi umthetho ubeka kanjani apha njengoba niva bathetha ngo-section 49 nezezinye zizinqumo zasemakhotho ukuthi impilo yomuntu kufanele ikhuselwe kanjani nokuthi kulilungelo nale polisa lokuba lisebenzise amandla apho kunokusweleka khona umuntu ngaphansi kwemeko ezinjani njengoba bekiselana njena. Uthi-ke umhlekazi uBizos uzawubuza apha kubrigadier kuba njengomuntu ofundisa aba bantu abasebenza ezi zinto uye abafundise na oku kulandelayo.
Councillor, maybe I should try and indicate that when I arrive here, I made it clear that I work in the office for specialized operation or specialized units until this year, February. Then I was appointed in Kimberley as a provincial head. And my point was clear that when I was in the same office, my task was to collect or extract the training needs, submit them to Division HRD, who will therefore train the members. I feel strongly that the question now posed to me, if this is being presented, should have been being given to my other brigadier who was present here to indicate whether is it there or not there. But what I know for a fact that it has to be presented to members, but I'm not sure if it was. But training, presenting of the training, even when I was there, it was the task of the Division HRD, which is Human Resource Development, which is the national training for South African police services. So I was extracting the information, I was giving to them, and they were presenting. Therefore, for me now to come to here and say, is this presented now, I will be definitely not sure at this stage what is the position. I left on February. At this stage, I'm not sure what is the position, if they are presenting it or not.
Chaza ubrigadier okokuba ubuzo lo mbuzo lo enganguye osafundisa nangoku uye wachaza apho okokuba wayefundisa phaya ngoku useyinhloko yaba abafundisayo uyena obanikeza ezi zinto ukuba bafundise ntoni nantoni nantoni aba abafundisayo ngabo abangakwazi ukuphendula lo mbuzo okokuba zisafundisana ezi zinto nangoku.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt my cross-examination on this point by calling for this showing of this portion of a videotape.
Uthi uzawumisa kancinci ngokubuza umbuzo umhlekazi uBizos akacele phaya phezulu kuba kube khona umfanekiso abazosibonisa.
For the purpose of the record, you'll have to identify the video clip that's being shown, or possibly, with her usual efficiency, Advocate Pillay will be able to help us to identify the clip.
Yes,
Chair, it will be UU3.
I know, yeah, that's just for the record of the commission. But what is the clip?
I know that it's Reuters clip, Chair. I don't have the pathway, unfortunately. I'll provide it to the parties
All right,
as soon
well,
as we have
you
it.
don't have to do it now. Possibly you can give it to us tomorrow morning. Or
I will do so, Chair.
thank you. Yes, Mr. Beatles.
could the clip be shown? Or
Wazawuthi ngomso kusasa basinike inamba yale clip ezawukhonjiswa ngoko okokuba iyinamba bani.
thank you.
Ask if we could see it again. Just,
Yes.
It doesn't take very long. Just if we could see it again, please.
There is another portion that we want to show, Mr. Chairman, where the person calls for to cease fire. I'm sorry, my hearing is not as good as yours. Yes. Have you seen the gun pointed down to the ground?
What I said was not recorded. The first clip we saw, towards the end, we could hear clearly the word ceasefire, ceasefire repeated, followed by some shots and the ceasefire again, and then as far as I could see, the shots, the fire, the shooting ceased. This is another one which is from a slightly different angle, you say, which reflects the same thing, but also shows the angle of a particular firearm. So I suppose we better look at this as well.
Bechaza Chairman ukuba kule yokuqala simvile ethi ceasefire kwaba ukudubula kabini noma kathatha emva kokho yabe seyiyema sizawuphinde siyijonge kwelinye icala ngo.
There's another portion that comes from, is it a separate TV? Is it a separate clip where the gun is pointing down? That's the one that I thought that we were going to see.
Uthi umhlekazi ubizwa kukhona enye apho umpu ujongise ezantsi phansi. Uyileyo abefuna ukuyibona.
Oh, is that the one?
Nansi ke lesithetha ngayo.
Yes. What we want to draw attention to, Mr. Chairman, is that the man in front, that his gun is pointing down to the ground.
Actually, there are two men. The cursor is indicating both of them, and their firearms are pointed to the ground. One slightly to the right, whose firearm is also pointed to the ground, but it's at an angle of about, I suppose, 60 degrees.
And this is at a time when someone is shouting ceasefire. And is it one of the people whose gun is pointed to the ground that is shouting ceasefire? Oh yes, no, it's much better here, yes. That the person who says ceasefire, which indicates that he's calling for the ceasefire, but he himself is not shooting. Yes, thank you.
Uthi into athanda ukuyibonisa okokuba lo obiza lento ukuba ceasefire akadubuli yena ngokwakhe ngoba lo mpu wakhe ujonge phansi.
Now, thank you, I'll refer to it during my cross-examination of the witness, Mr. Chairman. Now, Brigadier, in addition to the utterances of the judges, the general provisions of Orders 262 is 11A, the purpose of offensive actions are to escalate, or to de-escalate conflict with a minimum force to accomplish the goal, and therefore the success of the actions will be measured by the results of the operation in terms of the cost, damage to property, injuries to people, and loss of lives. The degree of force must be proportional to the seriousness of the situation and the threat posed in terms of situational appropriateness. It must be reasonable in the circumstances. The minimum force must be used to accomplish the goal, and the use of force must be discontinued once the objective has been achieved. The following are prohibited or restricted during crowd management operations: the use of 37mm stoppers, prohibited; the use of firearms and sharp ammunition, including birdshot and buckshot, prohibited; and the use of rubber bullets, shotgun batons may only be used to disperse a crowd in extreme circumstances if less forceful methods prove to be ineffective restricted. Force may only be used on the command or instruction of the CJOC or operational commander if appointed. Members may never act individually without receiving a command from their commander. 6, all members involved in actions must form part of a unified command structure consisting of sections, platoons, or companies. Members not working in sections may not be deployed. All visible policing members deployed for such purposes must be trained in the management of crowds. Common law principles of self-defense or private defense are not affected by this order. Now,
befunda apha ke umhlekazi uBizos kwi-orders ezamaphoyisa kufanele kwenziwe ntoni nantoni kwi-crowd control nohlobo lezixhobo ezingafananga ukuthi zisetshenziswe nokuthi ezo zisetshenziswayo kufanele ukuba zisetshenziswe kumandla alinganayo.
On the video, did you see on the video that there are 3 men there and some other not very clearly seen to their right? And whilst ceasefire is being called for by one of them, you can still hear gunfire.
Uthi njengoba besijonge apha kumfanekiso kukho lamadoda amabini emile phaya omnye wabo ubiza i-ceasefire. Kuthe noko seyibizile i-ceasefire weva kukho imbumbulu ezidubulayo emva koko.
We are informed, it's still to be proved, but I want you to assume that the person whose gun is facing down is an officer, and he is the one who's calling out ceasefire.
Sive kuthiwa lo umpu wakho ojonge phansi phaya uyena oyi-officer okunguyena lo obebiza okokuba makuyekwe ukudutshula i-ceasefire.
Throughout that video, you don't see a single attacker anywhere near them
Kuyo yonke le
or
video
any other policeman.
akukho omnye umuntu umbona ehlasela amapolisa.
Do you agree?
Uvumelana nami apho?
Councillor, you asked me this question, if I remember, your question was, do we see any crowd around the police? I indicated that there isn't. I've answered it before. Yes, you phrased it in a different way, but we've answered it already.
Ndike ndawuphendula lo mbuzo xa undibuza okokuba khona abantu endibabona bahanga amaphoyisa nandathi ukuba abekho ababonakali phaya. Ubuza ngenye indlela ngoku.
If a senior officer who is said to have been shouting ceasefire is the person who points his gun to the ground, how would you describe the situation? That it was a situation in which lethal force against 15 people was justified?
Ngoku xa isipolisa leli elilona elikhulu eliphethe umpu alujonge phansi lide libiza nokokuba uyeke ukudutshula i-ceasefire, uyibeka kanjani ke into yokuba kwakusisidingo kwakunyanzelekile okokuba badubule kude kusweleke abantu abangu-15 phaya?
Councillor, you are putting words in my mouth. I never said that. My words are, I cannot be able to give any input at that position. It's people's life, people are lying down there already. I'm not sure what had happened. I could not see anything at this moment when I'm sitting here until you show me the video. And at the same time, I'm saying my input was gonna be very good if I'm there, I see things myself. And I went further saying, the only thing that could happen is on necessity, self or private defense. That's all what I have said. In this position, I only spoke about less lethal when I was talking about public order policing that we're actually trying to close with the barbed wire, people breaching on it. That's the only part I spoke about. Here I said I cannot comment in that position because I was not there, I could not see what is happening. Even now I see on a video, it's totally difficult. It's a lot of angles you don't see. And if now I'm gonna just comment on the speech I'm seeing that the firearm is pointed down, nobody knows where it was before it was pointed down, then I cannot comment in that situation. Really, Councillor, you are pushing me, pressing me in a situation to say something that is totally against my understanding of what I'm seeing. I can't comment in that position. I was not there, it's difficult.
Beka ngolo hlobo ubrigadier okokuba ukhansela umfaka amazwi ngokwemlonyeni into angayithethanga. Ube iphendulile lento kwaqala okokuba bendingakwazi okokuba ndinikeze owami umbono xa bendikhona apho ndibona uba kwenzeka ntoni. Ngoku ndikhombisa ivideo apha ke ibonisa kwingxenye ezohlukile nalo othi umpu wakhe ujonge phansi ungeke utsho okokuba phambi kokuba ukhombe phansi wawujonge phi na.
You were at Potchefstroom.
Andithi wawusepotchefstroom.
That's correct, Councillor.
Ewe.
You've told us that the purpose that you were there was what?
Uthe isizathu usele phaya kwawintoni?
My purpose to be there was to look of issues of policies, standing orders, as well as national
Repeat that,
instruction.
please, I didn't hear it. The
Come again,
purpose?
please.
Just repeat what you say the purpose was.
The purpose was to look to the issues of policies, national instructions, as well as standing orders, and I even went further indicating that during our stay in 3 days, we have to look to the final product which is here before us, which is being presented here by Lieutenant Colonel Scott, where I indicated that most of the issues we look at was on terminologies as far as how it has to be written of subs.
I want to read to you the Standing Order 13.
Phambi kokuba funde standing order 13 umhlekazi uBizos ubechaza ukenela okokuba injongo yakhe yokuya ePotchefstroom kwakuyintoni uthi yena ubeye phaya.
You mean paragraph or clause 13 of Standing Order
Paragraph
262?
262.
Wayeyo ubonisa phaya ngeziphathelene nomthetho kambiso izindlela zokuba lento ibhalwe ngendlela efanele ngaphambi kokuba iziswe apha kwi-commission.
I will read it out for your benefit. CJOC must ensure that debriefing take place after each event or gathering and that a record is kept. Was the meeting at Potchefstroom a debriefing exercise
Le meeting eyayipha ePotchefstroom
as
kwakuyoba
envisaged by the order?
ingxelo yokuba kwenzeke ntoni njengoba le order isisho apha.
Councillor, I think I answered this question again once more to the previous councillor, that when I was there, my letter was based on policies, on national instruction and standing orders. For the debriefing purposes, I was not there for that. I went further indicating as well to say, when we were there, already the commission was appointed, and only what happened, the people were divided into groups, and they work into groups. They
Yes,
gave
you've
us
told us
only
that.
the product.
You've
That's
told
all.
us that. What I want to ask you is this. Was a debriefing as provided for in Order 13 ever held or not?
Buzo kokuba yenzeka na le ngxelo i-debriefing le ekufanele yenziwe njengoba i-order ibeka apha.
Councillor, again, I have a problem the way you want me to answer.
Just
The
tell me
way
what you
of
know.
saying, no, the way of saying yes or no, I cannot answer into that, really. Yes.
It's not as difficult as that. Either you know or you don't know. If you don't know, you say, I don't know. If you do know the answer to the question, you then answer either yes or no. it may well be that you didn't know whether this was a debriefing in terms of the standing order, in which case that's the answer. If you do know whether it was intended to be a debriefing, you can say so. If you know it wasn't intended to be a debriefing, you can say so also. So it's not so difficult. Just answer the question.
bathi makawuphendule umbuzo lo lula nje ubrigade uba uyazi na lento ayeyidebriefing ikanene wayengazi noma kanjani.
On my understanding, no, I never knew that it was in a form of a debriefing. I understood as a work session where we will look to the issues as I've mentioned, not in a form of a debriefing.
Wayengayijonganga ke yena njengento eyokwenziwa ireport oba kwenzeke intoni. Wayelapha yena njengento ezolungiselelwa njengoba ubesechile ekuqaleni ukuba yasetshunjiwe iCommission ukuba isebenze babeyolungisela yona.
Subparagraph 2, every level of command must be debriefed, the levels below it individually, followed by an in-depth debriefing by the commanders of the operation. Afterwards, a debriefing must be held with all role players to determine whether the operation was effective and whether communication with the role players was adequate.
The question arises, were you a role player on the 16th of August?
Chapter 16.
Therefore,
No.
would you be affected in any way by
Not at all.
by subparagraph 2 of paragraph 13?
No.
Umbuzo kaMhlekazi uBizos uthetha ngomuntu wayekhona phaya kwakufanele ukwenza ingxelo ayoreport ngoku ubrigadier wayengekho apho kwakungekho ngxelo beyenza lapha yana ngoba angabonanga into okwenzeke.
3, a thorough evaluation must be conducted, and if possible, video coverage must be shown. Were you there as an evaluator as to whether the standing orders, sorry, were you there as an expert to evaluate whether the orders were complied with or not?
Uthi njengoba uye phaya ke uye njengomuntu oyinxushe ozokwenza izigqibo zokuba baye bayilandela imithetho ngemfanelo na kanene.
Definitely, as I've said, we were there to check national instruction policies as well as standing orders. We were checking those parts as well as giving input on the writing of this. We did that.
I asked you a specific question. I'll repeat it.
Zakuphinda
Were you
umbuzo.
asked to evaluate, and were you shown any videos to evaluate? Did you take part in any evaluation proceedings about what happened when you were at Potchefstroom?
Ubuza ubrigadier ukuba ngexesha esePotchefstroom kwanikwa na ithuba lokuba ajonge ivideo abone aveze owakhe umbono uba hayi apha nisebenze ngendlela madoda kanene nisebenzanga ngendlela.
As I've said, the commission was already appointed. But when we were there, of course, some of the videos were shown, but we were not in the position to come up and evaluate and say, this was wrong, this was right. The only thing what we did there was to concentrate on the compilation of the presentation or the submission for the commission. That's what I did on that time. But to do evaluation is where we're gonna be in a position to point the wrongs, the right, and everything. And in that stage, it was not gonna be a successful exercise. Hence, already the commission has been appointed.
In other words, the short answer is, this wasn't what the exercise at Potchefstroom, as far as it concerned you, was not a debriefing at all, within the meaning of paragraph 13 of the standing order. It was actually a meeting to prepare a presentation for this commission. Is that the short answer?
That's correct.
Ngobe sichilo ubrigadier umvakahle uchairperson ukuba injongo yokuya kwakhe ubrigadier ePotchefstroom kwakungasinto yokuba uyokwenza evaluation uyojonga uba kusetshenzwe ngendlela. Wayeyonceda phaya wayeyosiza okokuba kubhalwe ireport eyezawuthunyelelwa kwiCommission njengoba esisho nje ukuba iCommission yaseyitsho nje ukuba yenze lo msebenzi.
All good practices as well as shortcomings must be recorded as part of a learning process to enhance good practices and address or prevent recurrences of identified mistakes. Was any of that done in Potchefstroom in your presence?
Uphindela kuyo lento beyibuza umhlekazi webhizinisi bayenziwa nalento ayifunda apha ePotchefstroom kubulandele zonke izindlela zokwenza ingxelo ezifanele nezingafanelanga.
Councillor, these form part of a debriefing. I have already indicated I was not there for debriefing. And I've indicated why I was there.
Chaza kabanzi ubrigadier okokuba lento ndibuza yona ngoku ilento ebendithi mina andiyanga pha bengeyona injongo ukuba ndiyokwenza loo nto.
You're going to get the same answer to
Well,
number
but
5,
I
because it talks
accept
about,
with a difference
about
because he's-
attending debriefings. And he says it wasn't
there's a
debriefing.
difference, and I want to give him an
All
opportunity
right,
to
ask
explain.
the question.
Because he's a trainer, and trainers and instructors must attend the debriefings to review actions taken by members and to rectify improper conduct by means of in-service training in crowd management techniques.
Beka kuye ukuthi njengo trainer uthi umthetho ubhalwe kanjalo
Did
ukuba
anything like
itrainer
that happen in Potchefstroom?
zidingeka ukuba zihambe ziye kwindawo enjengalezi lapho kwenziwa khona i-debriefing zokwazi ukuthi zifundise nangamaxesha alandelayo.
No, they were not part of of the exercise because it was not a debriefing.
The people that asked you to go to Potchefstroom because they thought that you may be a cognoscenti, a knowledgeable person in relation to how the document that was produced was. Did anybody, you being a trainer and instructor, ever ask you to participate in any debriefing session, never mind in Potchefstroom or elsewhere?
Umuntu oyitrainer ke uke waba khona kwizinto ezinjengezo i-debriefing apho kwenzeka khona ingxelo i-report ngezinto ezenzakele hayi ePotchefstroom mhlawumbe kwezinye indawo.
Many times I've been involved in such issues whereby I will have to give my opinion, especially in debriefing as a trainer, or while already now I'm no more a trainer, I've been involved into that.
Uthi kaninzi ke abakhona kwizinto
Yes, in
ezinjengezo.
relation to
Kuningi.
the events of the 16th of August 2012.
Not in
Did
relation
you
to
take
that.
part in such an exercise?
Not in the one of the 16. But
Kodwa
I'm
ke
talking about
kule-
a different one, yes.
Kwezinye ezininzi ezike zenzeka
Because
ngaphandle
I
kwale
fear
sithetha
it's
ngayo
not
apha.
like, it doesn't look likely that you'll finish your cross-examination this afternoon. This is an appropriate stage to take the adjournment, and you've
Maybe.
come to the end of this paragraph of the standing order.
Yes.
May I inquire how long you think, I know you're subject to injury time over which you have no control,
Yes.
but how long do you think the rest of your cross-examination
I
will
will
take?
try my best to finish by tea time.
Uyathembisa
Is
umhlekazi
that morning
uBhiso
tea
sokuba
time or afternoon tea time?
kusasa nge-tea time uyawugqiba sazi noma le
The morning
yakusasa
tea time.
noma ya-afternoon uthi hayi kule yakusasa yabe segqibile.
Very well, the commission will adjourn until 9:30.
Siyawungena ngomso past 9.
What is the law?
I'm saying it's the tea time on Friday.